Roll back.
Roll back, you get me?
Tua.
Roll back, let's play.
Wawa. Rehab by Faise One. Peace, reader. From the first book of mine called Why, on to the latest book before this one called Out of the Darkness, we have been traveling a rough pathway, a pathway that only the willing ones would ever dare to walk along. When they saw me spell out the word I as EYE, reader, they asked me, saying, "Why do you spell this that way?" I responded to them explaining that the reason for my spelling it that way was because the I has always been associated with the ability to see or to have sight, and that when I refer to myself or the self, I make it a point to constantly remind myself of that reality concerning sight, which would also mean concerning light, being that we see because of the reflection of light off of the matter in the realm we are observing and existing within in some way, shape, form, or fashion. There are said to actually be three eyes, as you may have come to realize by now. Those three eyes, from your vantage point, are the left eye, the right eye, and the pineal gland, that gland that has been associated with spiritual awakening for ages. Now take and count out the letters in those three eyes. EYE, 3. EYE, 3. EYE, 3. The sum of these letters is the number 9. This is the most supreme number, the highest number, the most sacred number there is. This number 9 is the number of the light bulb standing upright. The one who becomes acquainted with this most divine number, this most divine science, is the one who receives all degrees or grades and becomes the ascended master, the god of their realm, or in code, the 704. As the letter G is the seventh letter in the alphabet, the number 0 is a visual equivalent of the letter O, and the letter D is the fourth letter in the alphabet. Take the number 704 and add the numbers 7, 0, and 4 together. This becomes the gateway number, 11. Here is another sacred secret that the one with wisdom is able to count or calculate. When you begin your travels as a Mason, or what is called a Freemason, you come in through that gateway as an entered apprentice, or an EA for short. What is that gateway? That gateway, or 11, is none other than the sacred pylons of the foundational twins called Boaz and Jachin, or Jachin.
Joaquin.
Jachin, Tawat. Boaz and Jachin pillars. You will find biblical mention of this gateway in 1 Kings 7:21. And he set up the pillars in the porch of the temple. And he set up the right pillar, and called the name thereof Jachin. And he set up the left pillar, and called the name thereof Boaz. Add up the numbers of the chapter and verse above, and you will end up with 1 plus 7, 2 plus 1 equals 8, 3. 8 plus 3 equals 11. Pay close attention to the names of the two pillars or pylons, Boaz and Jachin. The name word Boaz means strength or to be strong, and the name word Jachin means he establishes. No coincidence when it comes to the fact that these two pillars are the foundational pillars of every Mason who, at one point, began their travels with one step, with a strong foundation being established, a foundation of 90 degrees. Do you see the connection? The foundation necessary to be able to build up a mighty strong temple is established in the very beginning, where one begins their journey of what is known as growth and development. That growth, or that G, which is the seventh letter, and that development, or that D, which is the fourth letter, becomes GD, which is also G-D. And do note that the dash in between the G and the D is equivalent to the number 0, which again is the letter O. Growth and development is a process. What are you growing and developing? You are growing and developing that which is referred to as the temple of God, which is your human body making the transformation from being a mere composition of Adama or atoms or pieces of the physical or solid denser plane into being one with Hu or Huwa or Yahuwah or Yahweh or Yahweh, to becoming a true and living soul. This is your transitional process from the ground, Adam, Geb, through the air, spirit, Shu, into the heaven, Eve, Nut, that I spoke with you about in my book, How Love Again. I remind you that you are born a Mason or traveler, and that you are supposed to be on that yellow brick road so that you may find your way back home. Remember that the yellow brick is gold, and that is color of the sun. Even in ancient Kemet, Egypt, as the golden disk was symbolic of the sun, called the solar Aten, your crown will yield for you the light of the sun, and you will be able to come forth by day and be led by that light. Study the story of Boaz and his wife called Ruth, and you will find that they yield a son/son, and their son is called Obed, meaning worshiper or servant of God. Flip that word, Debo, around, and you will come to the word Debo, from the word Adeboale, which literally means crown coming home. This crown that we're speaking of is the home or the nest of the brain, that also important organ that houses even the pineal gland or the first eye, often called the third eye. In order to achieve the true light of the Om, which will purify the self and cause for only higher frequencies to radiate from your being, you must rewire your brain. By rewire, I mean you must switch around and reroute the neural pathways that are streaming electricity and concentration of energy throughout your brain and your nervous system. I want you to think of the wires as the water hoses connected to the homes sitting outside. Recall those times as young children when it was time to play in the water or fill up the pool with the water or make a rainbow with the water. In order for that water to flow, the hoses had to be untangled. You need your water to be able to flow freely, as water, with the exception of deionized or pure water, is a very powerful conductor that energy or electricity can flow through. So from the hose coming on to the water flowing through the hose to the water spewing out of the hose is the process of a traveler called a mason. From 1 to 9, with 7 steps in between, signifying the letter G, which is the 7th letter. When the traveler becomes a past master, he then trades in that letter G for the sun, that true light that lighteth every human being that cometh into the world. This is to signify that the light has been turned on as the traveler passes on to become a light being or an elite being. So what is the secret of the number 7? The number 7, which is the letter G, as the letter G is the 7th letter in the alphabet, is actually the God within, that light that was in the darkness, yet the darkness comprehended it not. Let's read this excerpt from the Bible that speaks of this, which you will find in the book of John, chapter 1, verses 1 through 9. Coincidence? No such thing. John, chapter 1, verses 1 through 9 reads, "In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. The same was in the beginning with God. All things were made by him, and without him was not anything made that was made. In him was life, and the life was the light of men. And the light shineth in darkness, and the darkness comprehended it not. There was a man sent from God, whose name was John. The same came for a witness, to bear witness of the light, that all men through him might believe. He was not that light, but was sent to bear witness of that light. That was the true light, which lighteth every man that comes into the world." The 7 is the God or the Son within, and the 9 is the Most High, that Son, which is the God or the Son without. Add those numbers together and you get the number 16. 1 plus 6 plus 7. 7 is a godly number. The secret, sacred key that when placed in the ignition becomes ignited. and the body becomes holy or hali or halo or helios, which means sun. When you come to understand this science, you will come to realize that this whole journey is about becoming one with God, within and without. This is what will make you holy or whole. Now go back to those numbers that give you the word God, which are the numbers 704. Write those numbers out together as 704 on a sheet of construction paper, while being sure to write out the number 4 as an open 4 as opposed to a closed one. You should end up with something similar to the following image. The image shows 704 written out with an open 4. Go ahead and flip that number by rotating it 180 degrees. You end up with the word whole, as in whole, meaning complete, and holy, meaning essentially the same thing, as it means complete and righteous or perfect. This is yet another code crack that you will find in no other book or writing or teaching than this one. Recall that the Quran offers this statement from the chapter, surah, called An-Nur, which by no accident means the light. Their light will proceed before them, and on their right they will say, Our Lord, perfect for us our light and forgive us. Indeed, you are over all things competent. This meant that the light that is within the living beings called humans or mems is incomplete. Note that the word mem is actually a letter in Arabic, which is a moon letter. The moon is the lesser light that is completed by the greater light, which is the sun. Humans, have to evolve from the moon side into the sun side. They have to go from that 1 to that 9, from that darkness to the light. And until they do, they are not yet holy or whole or complete. How do I make all of these connections? How do I crack all of these codes? Why am I able to see through all of the smoke and mirrors? Why does that also powerful spell of ignorance have no effect on me? In order to fully answer that question, I have to first explain to you that I was never the average being in this realm. By never, I mean ever since my moment of conception, the Big Bang that caused chaos in the womb of my ma, yielding a son, where I first became a mason without the raising up or the help of any man. My mother, was there in the beginning. Those pillars, the left and the right legs of my mother, on 9/20/1998. 9 plus 2 plus 1 plus 9 plus 9 plus 8 equals 38. 3 plus 8 equals 11. Approximately 9 months prior to that day, he said I cut.
I'm gonna bring it back up. It's probably cutting.
Throw back
Robert, you ready?
to I'm
Uh,
trying to decide where to start. I'm not sure where it cut out at.
uh, when I was saying the moment of conception.
Moment of conception. Tawat.
Hmm.
Mm, 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 Found it. All right. In order to fully answer that question, I have to first explain to you that I was never the average being in this realm. By never, I mean ever since my moment of conception, the Big Bang that caused chaos in the womb of my ma, yielding a son, where I first became a Mason, without the rising up or the help of any man. My mother, was there. In the beginning, when I emerged from the premadural waters, emerged into this reality, as did you, approximately 9 months before September 20th, 1998, when I walked through the gateway, those pillars, the left and the right legs of my mother on 9/20/1998. 9 plus 2 plus 1 plus 9 plus 9 plus 8 equals 38. 3 plus 8 equals 11. And approximately 9 months prior to that day, when both my mother and my father joined forces, and upon that very moment of my conception, my Umi explained that she knew immediately that I had arrived. She explains to this day in great detail that she heard what she described as chimes, and that everywhere she looked, she beheld the color indigo and saw golden flakes. I came into this realm with all of the vibrations of the crown. I was conceived complete. Thus I was born perfect or holy or whole. If you ever hear or read me say the words, I was born on the top of the mountain, this is what I mean. I was born into a sinful world, yet my nature and my very being were never of this world. I knew this as a child. I was there to experience when the most honorable Dr. Malachi Z. York erected Tamaray in Eatonton, Georgia. I was on that holy land as a young child, playing in the sand, building pyramids. I was there to experience heaven on earth. I was already in heaven. I was already in the true light. I was born on top of the mountain with my eyes wide open. And then came the army of Set, and they did march and lay siege. I saw the Holy Land destroyed. I saw the Lamb captured. I was too young to act, but I was not too young to remember. Do you think that stops people, even to this day, from questioning me and my loyalty to not only the master teacher, Malachi Zadok El, but they also question my even ever being involved in the mission at all? I tell them that I was there and that I remember what it was like. I describe for them the fish in the pond up under the burgundy and white bridge and how they used to swim up to me and look up at me with what appears in my memory as human eyes. I explained to them that I used to want to ride on the little train cars that rode through the land, but I was told that I was too young. I described Deity Row, the row of great statues of all the original gods and goddesses. I described the land at nighttime and how there is no other feeling on this planet like what was felt in the magical shadow hours of Tamaray. I tell them all of these things, and they still question me and doubt me, overlooking the most important fact of all. I was 4 years old when they, the FBI, raided the land. I remember the day that I was told that the master teacher had been taken. I was too young to know him personally. This did not stop me from crying. Just as they doubt me and question me when it comes to my sincerity and my loyalty to Malachi and the mission, so do these people. People who I call Boy Scout Masons, who hear me speak of and from the craft and know that what I speak is pure facts and clean truth. Yet they step to me as if we are in some type of street gang, ordering me to disclose who my grandmother is, ordering me to announce where I was raised or where I hail from. This is not in itself problematic because if a brother asks the question of another brother, the brother being questioned is expected to respond. And the response is simple enough that there should be no type of deflection or tap dancing around the question. Still, even if this brother does not answer the question, a question that is out in the open, in the light, there are a million other ways that a brother can step to another brother and gauge whether or not they have ever met Boaz and his family. What does this mean? Well, if I were to even bring that lingo to these Boy Scout Masons, they wouldn't even understand the context. I'm referring to, reader, Boaz's wife called Ruth. What is the meaning of Ruth? The name Ruth means friend. When it comes to masonry and Masonic lingo, A friend is a fellow initiate, meaning they have at least walked through the gateway called Boaz and Jachin. The opposite of a friend in Masonry is not a foe, but an eavesdropper, meaning a secret listener to private conversations. I have clearly met Boaz and his family. I am a friend. However, I am no fool. I am a wise man. I have a song that I wrote years ago called No Friends. Why did I give that song that title? Why was the music video in black and white, as in the black and white chessboard floors of the lodge? Why do I make mention of things like the East Side and traveling niggas and moving cautiously, etc.? Do you see where I'm going with this? All of these are Masonic sacred words and utterances. I called the song No Friends because I knew, even back then, that I would have no friends. Because I was choosing to walk in the light and not the darkness, which is a violation of our oath, or ob, which means our obligation. What is meant by walking in the light as opposed to the darkness? Most Masons will never admit that what I am about to tell you. When we became initiates after our devastation and our circumambulation and our death, we were called forth to take an oath obligation. That oath obligation was to the dark side, one of the squares on the black and white chessboard floors. I remember I was still blindfolded. I had already received my name, which was caution. I gave my oath, holding a Bible. That oath, as I do recall, began with the pledging of allegiance to the dark side. I will always, I, conceal. Note, reader, that I began my travels officially at age 16. This is 100% facts. Think about it. If I wanted to play Mason, why wouldn't I just say I was 18 when I was initiated? You mean this man knows all of this there is to know about Masonry? You mean this man knows all of this there is to know about Masonry and the initiation process, and somehow he was unaware that the universally accepted age of requirement is from 18 to 21? No, I am aware now, and was aware then, that the universally accepted age requirement is from 18 to 21. The Grand Masters who brought me through were also very much aware of the universally accepted age requirement. For some reason, they still allowed me to travel. I myself was eager. No, I didn't lie about my age. Not only did they know my age, they actually came to me and said they wanted to talk to me about the square. That's an important detail because, as I explained in my book, Who Knows the Secrets? In order to be a Mason, you have to ask a Mason. That code is to be one, ask one, or to be 1A1. Refer to Who Knows the Secrets book by Faise One. Why do I say that every Mason pledged allegiance to the dark side? When most people hear the words dark and side spoken together, they automatically assume that the word dark is being used to signify evil. Dark does not always mean evil. Dark or darkness can also mean confusion, disorder, secrecy, non-disclosure, unknown, etc. When we, those who took that oath, uttered the words, I will always I conceal, and to disclose further, I will always forever conceal and never reveal any of the hidden mysteries of Freemasonry. We were indeed swearing to darkness, meaning we were swearing to secrecy. I knew, even at age 16, that I would not honor that oath, because that oath within itself was in violation. How would I be able to stand on my square and never reveal? How would I be a part of the divine order and never reveal? I myself would be in violation of the divine order, that which was explained in the Bible, in the book of Luke, chapter 12, verse 2. For there is nothing covered that shall not be revealed, neither hid that shall not be known. Therefore, whatsoever ye have spoken in darkness shall be heard in the light, and that which ye have spoken in the ear and closet shall be proclaimed upon the housetops. I still can have respect for those people for thinking that it's honorable to keep oaths of vanity. They believe that they safeguard the sacreds and the secrets and the mysteries, but they only bogart them. It is far beyond time for the science to actually be applied. And I could, in this very book, show you, reader, just who my grandmasters are, where the lodge is that I was initiated in, and I can connect that to actual music videos and locations and songs and albums and mixtapes and projects that will show you and prove that this was no thrown together clout chase. I am often amazed at how advanced ahead of my time and calculated I was at such a young age. So I am not surprised at the Boy Scout Masons and other onlookers' difficulty with coming to grips with my wisdom and understanding and reasoning and charisma and intellect and knowledge and experience, among other things. But this is what it is. This is happening. There is yet another Buddha amongst us, and his name has been given to you to be Phase One, and Omari Shaman Hargrove. And he has a name that only he knows, as he was taught to protect earlier on in life, and he will always protect that name. I did not lose the point. I only wanted to stress that I am not in the business of fabricating a life or a story. This is real. Masonry is only one of the schools I've walked through. More will be revealed. More will be taught as we continue to walk. I learned a lot about how this realm was constructed and how it functions through Masonry. I already had an edge due to my exposure to right knowledge, that spell-breaking activation called a doctrine, which I do not like to refer to it as such, as to doctor something is to falsify it, and what Malachi Z. York did was the exact opposite. He brought all things to the light. He set the whole record straight. With all of these degrees, I became an enlightened or lit up being at a very young age. I learned all about El Kulum, or the all, throughout my youth. I was taught about how all things are one. I was taught that there are no coincidences. I was taught that there is always a way to figure things out. Through alchemy, I learned the true meaning of breaking things down. If you can understand what a thing is made of and how it is made, you can understand more about that thing as a whole and how to break it down or dissolve it. For example, I want you to read this question and then close your eyes and answer it before reading on. What is the number 8 made of? There are absolutely correct answers, yes, but I want you to realize that there is no one right answer, because all of those answers will be an answer, and they will each altogether form the answer. Let's look at it. Someone could answer this question and say that this number 8 is made of two fours, as in 4 plus 4 equals 8. Someone else might offer that this number is composed of 4 twos, as in 2 plus 2 plus 2 equals 8. Someone else may come in and say that this number 8 is made of 8 ones, as in 1 plus 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 1 equals 8. Another person may come in and say this number 8 is composed of two circles, or O's, as in the shape of the 8 itself. Someone else could state that this number 8 is composed of white pixels in the shape of an 8 on top of red pixels in the shape of a circle. What did you answer? The point here is that all of these answers are connected. If someone were to ask you to break down or to unpack or to decode this 8, you could easily just give one of these answers. Most people would. Then there are those of us who will provide all of these answers and then some. We are the ones who not only can complete and present major breakdowns of this realm we're in and beyond, we can also present and complete major buildups of this realm we're in and beyond. I am able to build and destroy, just as you are. The stronger and sharper your mind becomes, the more you'll be able to activate and actually utilize your psychic gifts. This is why it's so important that we make it up out of hell, which is this world of illusion. Don't make the mistake of assuming that hell has to be associated with agony or pain or sorrow or discomfort. People can exist in a world of hell and be completely blissful and happy. You may
Mm.
have heard it to be said, Asmani,
I said,
Sua. People can exist in a world of hell and be completely blissful and happy. You may have heard it to be said before that hell is only a state of mind and that hell is only within. This is not possible. Yes, hell can and often does exist in the minds or the brains of the human beings. However, it is not and cannot only be within. There's always a without. Why do I explain this? There can be a situation where someone is in heaven in their mind but surrounded by hell. Mhm. There can also be a situation where a person can be in hell in their mind but surrounded by heaven. The point of calling out that the world goes through rehab is to call forth that reality of that war between Michael and his angels and Satan and his angels, remembering that it was already written that the deceiver of the whole world will not prevail. All of you true Christ, and all of you Buddhas, and all of you gurus, and all of you shamans, and all of you messiahs, and all of you ascended masters, come forth. We need you. If it were not so, I wouldn't write it. It takes the true elect to reform and to redeem this world. How are we to purify this world if we have not purified ourselves? Come forth, righteous ones, and those of you who move in the name of righteousness. I don't expect that you never failed, or that you never fail. I ask that you keep walking. I don't doubt that you have lost your way. I call out and say, follow the sound of my voice. I know the delicacies. I have sat at the table with the queens and the kings. I know their meals are well prepared, and that they do eat above your homes and your cities, and they sit on top of clouds, and they fill their bellies with the richest bread and the sweetest honey, and they sip the finest of wine. I sat at the table and bore witness to their full course meals. I know the delicacies. They taste everything but hell. Mm. Their crumbs crumble and fall, crashing through your roofs, and you rejoice, and your families eat. I know the delicacies. Their leftovers slide down the mountains and flood the streets, and your people lift up their swords, and they war over the remaining grub, and they stamp on the bread, and they die on top of the meat, and they triumph ankle deep in the soup, and cannot tell the wine from the blood. I know the delicacies. You think this to be a feast, and we have been offered the finest of all these things and more. The bulk of our task was to seek out that inner purity, that kingdom of God and its righteousness. We were offered real rewards. I know the delicacies. It's such a deliciously sour, bittersweet world. People don't want to leave it behind. They do not have to stay, but they are trapped. They have all been tricked. They have all been deceived. Time will not slow down. They have to speed up. Reader, answer me this. If you are not able to swim yourself, then how can you save someone from drowning?
mm.
Answer me something else. Answer me something else. Would you rather it be that you had to jump in and save someone from drowning, or would you rather it be that they knew how to swim and save themselves? I'm telling you that I would rather the people learn to swim. I would rather that they get up out of that dirty water to begin with. Ooh, this book is a
Mm-hmm.
ball. What'd you
Mm-hmm.
say?
I said,
Nah,
mm-hmm.
this is some stuff.
I mean, come on, it's me now.
I know.
Let's play.
Man, it's such a deliciously sour, bittersweet world. People don't want to leave it behind. They do not have to stay, but they are trapped. They have all been tricked. They have all been deceived. Time will not slow down. They have to speed up. Hmm. Reader, answer me this. Oh, I'm reading again. Hey, I guess it was meant. If you are not able to swim yourself, then how can you save someone from drowning? Answer me something else. Would you rather it be that you had to jump in and save someone from drowning, or would you rather it be that they knew how to swim and save themselves? I'm telling you that I would rather the people learn to swim. I would rather that they get up out of that dirty water to begin with. This book is a call and a claim. I am calling all of God's children home. Come home. I don't care how far you've drifted off into the dark corners of the world. Come home. I don't care how comfortable you are or how settled you may be in this illusionary world. Come home. I am calling out in tone to the soul. Remember, reader, and come home. I am claiming all of God's children that they may be redeemed. You may not have faith in you, but I do. You may have forgotten who you belong to, but I remember. My hand is extended. Take what's in it. It is your reminder. Now grab my hand. You will walk through smoldering heat. You will be cold at times. Your head will ache. The dark lords, the ones I call the shadow lurkers, will challenge and taunt you day in and day out. They will scream from what will sound like the very depths of your consciousness, causing a warping sensation. They will suggest that you give up. They will declare your efforts useless. They will beg your energy and your attention. I know these beings. This is no allegory. This is no riddle. This is no parable. This is what they will do.
I don't think they heard what I'm saying. So I'm not making a metaphor. I'm telling them about life forms they're not familiar with. We read that last
Mm-hmm.
part again.
Tua, I know these beings. This is no allegory. This is no riddle. This is no parable. This is what they will do. Mm, mm-mm. Man, okay.
When they see you breaking out, they're gonna reach for you.
Mm-hmm.
When they see you boarding a plane to go to a higher plane, they're gonna swat at it. You're gonna have to know how to maneuver. Let's play.
Here is how you will overcome them. When they approach you in dreams, you will not fear them. Remember that they are not allowed to cross over and hold frequency in this realm. And so, if you see them, you are most likely dreaming, and you are in no real danger, yet you are still not to engage. If you are approached by these beings sexually, reject them. When you begin to abstain and refrain from masturbation and ejaculation and pornography and alcohol and causal sex, etc., in the beginning of that journey, you may become a target. Why is it that those who indulge are targets already, and those who refrain and abstain may become targets also? This is because those who indulge are already on the frequency of the beings, and these beings use them for their energetic yields, which these beings consume as food. And those who refrain and abstain may also experience some buildup of lustful sexual energy that is actually more potent and desired and sought out by the shadow lurkers.
So you
This is
think it's
like,
that simple? People think it's that simple. Say if I stop doing something, if I
mm-hmm,
stop watching this, if I do a semen retention, it'll get easier. These beings will get up off me, and no, it gets that's when it gets more difficult or complicated. You know what I mean? Because you got
mm-hmm.
robbers running around. Yeah, they'll take a little 5 or 10 from people when they start seeing you got $1,000 saved up, and you're trying to figure out how to transmute and put that energy in a bank, right? And you're on your way to it. Yeah, they'll follow you and try to track you down and take from you there.
Is that why people's dreams tend to ramp up and become more nightmares when they're fasting and stuff like that?
Yeah, they become nightmares, not just nightmares. They'll
Mm-hmm.
become, and just saying when you say nightmares, like saying dark waters. Either deeper into certain water. The word mare is water. Deeper into certain waters you go, the more you're exposed to subconscious or what they call shadow beings or things like that. But they'll also just offer you food and give you a meal while you're fasting, so that when you wake up, you're thinking about that, or you're doing abstinence, and they'll offer you delicacies or sexual encounters as images and real occurrences in your dream, so that when you rise up, that's on your mind. You see, it's all a part of the challenge. It's a test. To once you say you want to do this for real, you know, you're put to the test. The whole realm tests you.
Mm, that makes sense. Samurai said it's like when parasites get more aggressive when they're dying off. That's exactly what I was thinking
Yep,
about. Like they're fighting for their life. Mm,
exactly. They're fighting for
mm,
your life. You're the
to
life of them. You're the life of the
mhm,
machine, the illusion. So the illusion needs you. It's fighting for your life, or it
mm,
can't live. Let's play.
man. This is why transmutation and meditation and or prayer and change of environment and diet is so important as you go into rehab mode. I don't tell you these things to scare you away. I tell you these things so that you might be prepared in the event that you do encounter such beings as I have before and I overcame them. Never submit. This includes if and when you have what is called intrusive thoughts. Don't beat yourself up. Most people have experienced this phenomenon at one point in their life or the other. Instead, identify the intrusive thought and send it on its way. You can use a powerful mantra or utterance. This is not my thought. I do not agree with this thought. This thought is not welcome in my mind. Thought, be gone. This is a part of your activation of what is called your psychic defense. As you become renewed, you will be much more cautious of what you allow into your shrine or your holy place, which is your mind. When a mother is expecting a newborn, she usually cleans her home or dwelling thoroughly to make room for the new life and to make sure it is as cleanly and godly as possible as this brand new being comes forth. This is what you have been doing if you've been walking with me, and this is what you will be doing moving forward. You, the version of you that is becoming one with your soul, are the newborn. Your brain, mind is your home, and your actions and your faith and your willpower and your consistency are the cleaning equipment. You will be ready for your new life. You are ready. The doors of rehab are open, reader. Cast down your vices. You are stronger than what you may even know. I know this to be true. This is the rehab book. From your foundation that you've built with discipline and dedication and willpower, you will travel on upwards to your house to retrieve the illuminated treasure, which you will use to heal your being once and for all. And you will then be able to sing a song as if it were a new song, taking your rightful place as gods, commanding the realm with a new clear vision, sparked by your unity. And you will then be able to experience the grandest flower, the field. F, flower. I, ignited. E, emitting. L, longevous. D, divinity. Above is a riddle. I pondered on whether or not I would solve it for you. I color coded it and spoke it in an order that was very clear. You can solve it. It's not very complicated when you really read into it and pay attention to what is highlighted. The answer is simple. Question: what system is being referred to and how? Answer it for yourself. The man, woman, who at will can assume whatever state he pleases, has found the keys to the kingdom of heaven. Neville Goddard. I've been speaking to, teaching, and reminding masses of people lately about how this thing called ascension requires a whole lot more action than what we've been seeing for the past 2 decades. There is so much more that needs to be done, and there are a lot more steps that need to be taken. Since the end of the year 2022, and even before then, I've been demonstrating to masses of people how to begin taking those necessary steps toward ascension. Those who have been walking with me have been raising their frequencies step by step. I'm sure to remind them that when we speak of frequencies, raising up, we aren't speaking in terms of any concepts rooted in what is called spookism. Spookism or ghostism or spiritism is simply put the realm of belief. When people are trapped within the world of spirit and faith and belief, they're living under a spell and are at risk of being blindly led astray. If people aren't careful and cautious, even concepts, ideas, and realities such as ascension can, have been, and will continue to be spiritualized. It's important to note that one's ascension is not a spiritual or ghostly experience. Most people are clueless as to what the word spiritual actually means to begin with, and so they tend to rest at chopped and screwed definitions and translations and explanations of the word instead of paying attention to the whole reality encircling the word. That reality is, people have associated spirituality with a metaphysical reality that can't truly be explained and expressed about without the person trying to explain it, spiritualizing the concept, and therefore leading people to have to believe in what it is without knowing what it is. This is
Boom.
how even to a, this is how even what is modernly referred to as spirituality has become a religion. Mhm. It has
Boom.
turned into a movement based on mixed and remixed beliefs, yielding a mixed and remixed belief system that is
Boom.
actually based on the same things that people who practice spirituality often shun. For
Boom.
example, the holy books such as the Bible and the Quran. Spirituality has broken off from the two main religions that are linked to those books, which are Christianity and Islam. Being that people have also been taught to just believe in the stories and characters of these religions and their accompanying books and to practice these two religions without questioning them, people haven't even figured out what the purpose of these religions are, no matter how simple people make them out to be. If they're so simple, why all the confusion?
Come on.
If they're so simple, why haven't people been able to realize and make sense of why these religions and books and scrolls exist?
Come on. I mean, you talk to people that say they're beyond religion, they done graduated beyond it, they're beyond the Bible, they're beyond the Quran. You start asking them questions about religion, about the Bible, about the Quran, and they don't know anything about it. It's all hoopla. Let's play.
To, due to the fact that people haven't figured that Due to the fact that people haven't figured that out to date, anything that branches off from these religions and books and scrolls and stories is, was, and will always be bound to be pushed forth to the world as new systems of belief overshadowed by spookism. Ascension is not spooky. Ascension is not mystical. Ascension is not theoretical. Ascension is scientific. Ascension is reality. Ascension is actuality. Please know and understand these truths. You cannot fake the walk of the chosen.
You can't what?
You cannot fake the walk of the chosen.
I agree with what I wrote. Let's play.
I agree as well. You cannot fake the walk of the elect, or the illuminated ones, or the enlightened ones, or the ones with their crowns activated, or the ones with their coronas activated. In addition to Christianity and Islam, there's Hinduism. In all actuality, although people refer to the spiritual conscious community as a neo spiritual community, where you have that word neo meaning new, and although, as I stated earlier, it's becoming a religion, that which is being called neo spirituality is in fact modernized Hinduism. How can people truly move beyond religion if they can't even come to grips with their being a part of one?
I mean, come on.
Oh. How can people truly move beyond religion if they can't even come to grips with their being a part of one?
Spirituality is a religion. You know what I mean? It took a long time for people who were Christians to realize they were a part of a religion. A long
Mm-hmm.
time. I mean, we're talking about centuries. So how long is it gonna take the spiritual people to realize, oh, I'm spiritual, I'm not religious? You're in another religion.
Mm-hmm.
Let's play.
Hinduism, the oldest religion documented in human history, was actually never intended to be a religion, but a way of life. That way of life was supposed to encourage human beings to become scientists so that they may be able to better understand reality as well as their roles in reality. They were to learn from all masters or Buddhas. They were not to worship them as gods.
Exactly.
The same goes for those of you who are of the woke or conscious community. Many of you were pulled from your pillars of faith, if you will, and tossed into a new world order, a whole new world of order, having been told that you had been lied to, and that religion was man made, and that you were, in essence, God alone, and that you should wake up. There is truth to each and every one of those statements. However, without enough understanding as to why those statements have truth to them, people run the risk of just rejecting the sciences altogether.
Exactly.
That type of understanding comes from actually exploring more about the religions that they were brought up in or raised under. Most people who become spiritual do the exact opposite and actually choose not to be scholars and seekers of truth.
I mean, aren't we
They,
seeing that? I
yes.
mean, this is 2023, right?
Mm-hmm.
Aren't we seeing that now? You see, we go up and do these debates or these videos, whatever they want to call them, these lives, and people say they don't need to be scholars. They don't need to know the words and what they mean. They don't need to know the context or the protest of what they're speaking about. They don't need to read the books that they're quoting characters and speeches and dialogues and all this other stuff from. All they got to do is just feel like something is right because they're saying it, and it matches their rhetoric and their narrative and their business plan, and then that just means that it's valid. It's happening right now. Let's play.
Mm. That type of overstanding comes from actually exploring more about the religions they were brought up in and raised under. Most people who become spiritual do the exact opposite and actually choose not to be scholars and seekers of truth. They end up following some self appointed leader who, most of the time, is a man who either decided for himself or was otherwise told that he was God and was therefore the all knowing or the source and that all answers could be found within.
Boom.
People who follow these so-called leaders are never fully informed on how to go within or what that even means, truthfully speaking, and how they can actually get answers to real questions they have about real things in their reality and outside reality that is being reflected back onto them through their eyes and into their minds and brains. They're seeking to understand more about this world that exists outside of their bodies. If they want to learn about what photosynthesis is, they are not to go within to learn about it. If they need directions from their new home to the nearest grocery store, they are not to go within to get those directions.
I mean, come on.
This notion of going within is being and has been pushed by so called woke leaders due to their lack of understanding about the law of correspondence. As above, so below. As within, so without. You, as an abider of that law, are not simply to go within, or to have faith, or to pray, or to meditate about things you have questions and or concerns or wonders about. That is only the esoteric nature of the speaker, a nature that helps one to understand parables and allegories, and that which is rooted in the implicit as opposed to the explicit. As an abider of the law of correspondence, you are not to simply exercise faith. You have to literally go out and search, and then search again. That is to say, you must research until you find answers. Faith without works is dead. These so called leaders and so called spiritual teachers only tell people to go within to be able to achieve the level of enlightenment that they have achieved, because that's an easy and convenient way to evade questioning.
Boom. I mean, let's play. I mean, it's so simple. We already what?
It
Two
is.
years,
We're
3 years ahead of their
seeing it.
game so far. Let's play.
Yes. Because that is an easy and convenient way to evade questioning so as to not have to provide substantial answers that will truly satisfy the query. If someone places themselves in a position where what they say is received and believed and no one dares to question them, they will never have to prove anything they say, and they can at that point pose as the irreproachable source of divine information. The go within concept ties to words like understanding, where people are being taught that if they have an understanding as opposed to an understanding, they will be able to wake up and they won't have to rely on anybody else for the information. These same so-called spiritual leaders that teach that still still find a way to center themselves as the one who is able to bring forth this information from the cosmos or from the ethers. You said you wrote this in 2023?
Yeah, in the beginning of 2023.
Man.
I dropped it later. I think I can't remember what date. I think I dropped it in October 2023. It's October
Mm-hmm.
1st. But I've been writing it all through 2023.
Mm. Mm-mm-mm. Their so-called information comes from no such place.
Come
They
on.
got their information from actual masters and scholars and gurus like the master teacher Malachi Z. York. And they
Exactly.
didn't study a wide enough range of his works to fully grasp what and why he was really teaching certain things.
Exactly. So by the time phase one shows up, it's like, oh shit, yeah, oh shit. You right, oh
Mm.
shit. Because you can't act like you know more now. You only limited to what he taught. But you didn't
Mm-hmm.
remember, he didn't tell us to just listen to what he was saying. Take what he's teaching and go further, run, go look and see what he's saying so you can build on it. Yeah, they didn't do that. They just want to regurgitate. And I don't
Mm-hmm.
see no teachers out here that are doing anything other than if they got this so-called advanced information, they're almost word for wording what he's saying. That's not what we were taught to do.
To a,
You see what I'm explaining to you? Let's play.
mm-hmm. And they didn't study a wide enough range of his works to fully grasp what and why he was really teaching certain things to begin with. And so they took a brick from here, and a thread from there, and a nail from here, and some glue from there, and they built an unsteady foundation upon which they laid more borrowed ideologies and conspiracies and religious practices and sayings
Boom,
and stories.
boom.
These pieces were sure to shake and slide and tumble off of the unsteady foundation bit by bit, as only a building, or a temple rather, with a solid and sturdy foundation will be able to stand the test of time. You see, reader, I'm speaking of
Let
people
me ask you
like
a
young
question.
Pharaoh.
Have I
Clear.
stood the test of times?
Yes.
I mean, how many tried to
Clearly, I
test me?
said you wrote this in 2023.
Oh, it ain't no. We ain't going. No, we ain't went nowhere yet. Watch. You'll see when we keep
Sure.
reading. So yeah, have I stood the test of times?
Sure.
They try to come on the live. I mean, all y'all know this. Y'all see this. They do that thing, and I'm just still standing still,
Mm-hmm.
sturdy, firm. Nuwapu is firm. It's not sloppy and weak and sliding all across the street. It's firm. You understand? So no matter who it was, everybody thought one person or the other was going to be a victor. It never turned out how they thought it was going to turn out. You understand? I'm one of them. Let's play.
Sure. You see, reader, I am speaking of people like Young Pharaoh, Brother Polite, Nature Boy, Umar Johnson, 19 Keys, and Rashad Jamal. They all know
Look, hold on.
exactly
Let's
who
play. Look, hold on.
Malachi
Look what somebody put in the chat right when you're reading. Y'all see how
is.
this move?
Rashad Jamal telling the truth.
Just keep listening. Watch. It ain't just me.
Oh,
This
wow.
is beyond regular common understanding. But the moment that you listen and just receive, your
Mm-hmm.
overstanding becomes abnormal. Your overstanding becomes irregular and more advanced. You'll get your answers. Just keep listening.
Mm.
Let's play. Read it again.
You see, reader, I'm speaking of people like Young Pharaoh, Brother Polite, Nature Boy, Umar Johnson, 19 Keys, and Rashad Jamal. They all know exactly who Malachi York is and what he did and is still doing, even as he is incarcerated, currently serving a sentence of 135 years for crimes he didn't commit as a worker of the true light.
Okay, so
They
real
know his
quick.
works.
I was speaking
True.
on Rashad Jamal in 2023.
Mm-hmm.
This is 2023, right?
Mm-hmm.
I was speaking on him before then, but we will have to eventually get around to those documents and files that I keep receipts of. I didn't come out and start speaking about Rashad Jamal last year or
Right.
earlier this year. No. So when y'all seen the video going viral of me saying, why would I scream free Rashad Jamal? He wasn't screaming out free Doc. I had already laid these records and spoke on these things way before then. I've been speaking on Rashad Jamal since 2020. You understand? About how people are coming out and attempting to act like they're Malachi. Let's play.
They know his works. They saw what he built. They read his books. They listened to his teachings. They bore witness to the works of a true ascended master. Yet they don't make it known that he is the ascended master of our time. Why? This is because they want the spotlight for
They
themselves.
want the spotlight for themselves. Listen, when he said Rashad Jamal was like, I never read a Dr. York book. I never heard a Dr. York lecture. And then in another sitting where he was talking to people, he was like, y'all aren't ready for Dr. York information because it's too advanced. And then one of his stories, he had Dr. Malachi's York book on it years ago, like 2021. And he doesn't, these are liars. What do you mean you never read a Dr. York book and you never heard a Dr. York lecture, but then you're going to turn around and tell people that it's too advanced for them? And then you're going to say Dr. York had his own teaching and he was here to do what he was supposed to do. How do you know if you haven't looked into him? It's a lie. It's a lie. They didn't know it was going to hit that hard, especially when they got sat down. You got sat down and you don't know how that happened. You went around and they weren't listening. Obviously, when I was saying all these conscious leaders finna get sat down, all these people, I was on Clubhouse saying, watch this. We hitting the conscious community too. Because I had spent some time hitting the music industry, hexing the shit out of them because they refused to bear witness to the truth. And then I heard some noise coming out of the conscious community, hexed the shit out of them. And we shut all of this stuff. That's why a lot of their noise that they was pushing, what I tell people, you're going to see a lot of their pillars fall and mine will rise up. And then people are going to have to bear witness to the truth. Now look what's happening. You see, look what names is still blowing up. Free Malachi, 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 Malachi. Because y'all were trying to scream all these other names. So I got y'all. I got what you need. You see? So yeah, they were trying to act like they didn't bear witness and act like they didn't see the truth. But it wasn't long lasting. Let's play.
This is because they want the spotlight for themselves. They want to be followed. They want to be glorified. They want people to look up to them and have faith in them. They do not want to do the actual works necessary to help a people, the people or any people actually ascend and become better beings. You, reader, should be cautious to not worship these so-called leaders. Pay more attention to the works than the man or the woman. Take heed that no man, woman deceive you.
Come on. I mean, listen, you see they jump all over conspiracy, right? It's not a lot of science with these so-called spiritual leaders and teachers. It's conspiracy. The government's after them. Let me close my blinds. Let me make this juice out of plastic and then disappear, then come back, make some money. Nobody's taking people through the process. We went chakra by chakra on a livogram, a diagram that I gave everybody almost 5 years ago. We went chakra by chakra. We went cycle by cycle, piece by piece, loop by loop through the entire visible light spectrum to the point where now it's like you can't make this up. The platform rose along the way. So here we are in the unseen light with all this stuff moving, with all these prophecies being fulfilled, all these words that I said coming to fruition in real time. They can't do anything but bear witness, even if they don't utter it out of their mouth. Don't worry, because that time will come where every knee gonna hit the sand, every tongue gonna confess. It doesn't matter. So look, here we are now. And you see that we've been doing the work. I always tell people that, I said, we'll see who done the work. You look 5-10 years from now, we'll see who been doing the work. They don't want to do the work because it takes too long. And everybody wants this quick glory, this quick veneration, this quick being worshipped and put in a seat on a pedestal. They don't want to take the time to help people, the people, any people. You understand? Let's play.
Tua. This includes myself. I'm not saying that I will deceive you. I'm saying I don't want you to just accept whatever I say as fact. I want you to actively exercise discernment. I have no intentions of being the only one who can do the works.
I
If
have what?
helping some I have no intentions of being the only one who can do the works.
Okay.
If helping to make this world we're in a better place is something you care to do, my message to you is to be genuine, be encouraged, be motivated, and do the works. I won't say simply, don't be a follower. I'll instead say to you to follow with the intention of learning to lead properly. I'll also say that if you're choosing to journey with me, to walk with or alongside me, don't follow me blindly. Don't follow anyone blindly. Question everything with the intentions of securing useful answers.
Isn't that what I've been
Notice,
exemplifying? Haven't I been out here doing that? And they
Tua,
try to make me the enemy because I do that. Let's go. Let's play.
notice I said useful answers. It is more favorable for you to seek out useful answers as opposed to useless answers. If you can't use or apply in some way, shape, form, or fashion something you've been given as an answer, then that which you've been given is useless. The things we learn should be able to be placed on our utility belts, like tools to be used if and when the time comes and we need them. To increase productivity and efficiency, one should work toward being able to identify utility versus futility. Utility, usefulness; futility, uselessness. I was taught not to believe what anybody tells me and to always check it out or make sure that it checks out. I want you to do the same. This is one way that you, reader, can reject the illusions of this world. Don't lean on faith and belief alone. Allow nothing into your brain save things that are of use to you. Maneuver through this realm as if your brain is your utility belt. Reach for your utility belt and do the works. I will for you to obtain the truth so that you may be made free. This is much more than a simple and single movement. This is an explosive combination of movements, all coming together as one, up under the
Read that
sun.
one more time because they didn't hear you.
This is much more than a simple and single movement. This is an explosive combination of movements, all coming together as one, up under the sun, facing it as it appears to cross over the heavens. Yet, indeed, they will still call this a movement. Don't waste your time trying to argue them down. Qualify that so-called movement as an endeavor of many waters and airs and fires and earths, a multidimensionality complex process rooted in progress. They, the outside world, will not understand this unless they have been walking with us already.
Come on. I mean, what? I mean, can we, what? They don't know. People don't know what a plan is. People
Mhm.
think a plan is, I want to save up $1,000. So let me find out how I can budget better. That's not a plan. That's not what I was taught. A plan is
Mhm.
so advanced and multidimensional that no matter how many, like, listen, it don't matter who speaks to you, whatever, and they try to say this, that, and the third, or put this element there, put that element there. You can have different venues or avenues that you can take to make sure that the plan still works. So they're not going to
Mhm.
know. I literally said it. Those who are on the outside will not know. Some of y'all are seeing that now, right?
Mhm.
They won't know. They're going to say this, that, and the third. And what do? We let them. We
Mhm.
attempt to explain. That's just mercy. We attempt to explain just in case they'll have the heart to listen, right?
Mhm.
And then after that, what do? You don't see no more of that
Let them
because
go.
we'll leave you to your ignorance.
Mhm.
That's what I was taught to do. If they don't accept it, let them go.
Mhm.
Yo, man, listen, you got some spikes in your shoes. Be careful when you put them on. Nigga, I done had these shoes for this, that, and that. Listen. You got spikes in your shoes. Be careful. Man, fuck that. Wall. You the devil. You an agent. And then we just walk off. And you like, Faze, why you gonna let them step in it? What do you mean, why am I gonna let them step in it? I told them twice. You got spikes in your shoes. You don't know what you're saying. You don't know who you're talking to. You don't know who you're disrespecting. You don't know who I am. I'm the only one who hasn't claimed anything, and you don't know who I am. So when I see the little human beings and they doing the thing they're doing, I'm like, listen, I know you don't. What is it? You don't know what you do. Forgive them, Father. They don't know. If this, you could find that statement 2,000 years ago and look around and see they're still doing the same things. Human beings ain't that advanced. They have to make the decision to become supreme beings. You with me? So they see me coming into the pre-K class, sitting down and doing, this color is red, this color is green, and you see all the other children. They're like, this is hard, and da da da. Now I'm flying, and they're like, oh, he's in pre-K, so he must be a pre-Ker. No, I'm in your world. Roll back with me. I'm in your world. I'm not one of you. So I'm showing you along the way how you can access that mountaintop so that you'll see why. And then you have to look at it like some of us have more, like some of us have more tolerance. Some of us have less. Some of us have way less tolerance and less. So y'all, you be like, oh, how you so patient? Or y'all be like, how you got so much composure? I would have been this. I would have. Listen, not every one of us got that same type of patience and tolerance and will to explain anything to you. We come through, they do what they do, and they not explaining shit. So for people to try to demonize explanations at this point in time, it ain't nothing but them saying, nigga, I know what my shoes is. I done had these shoes for a long time. So when you try to step in and say what I done said to them twice, you will see me tap you on your shoulder and point to the road. And we gonna keep walking. Let them think they know.
Tua,
This ain't the
you had to
first time.
remind me.
Huh?
You've had to remind me before.
Okay. Like in the comments?
Mhm.
Yeah, let them think they know. I don't know why y'all
Mhm.
think y'all gotta keep. How many times I gotta keep saying it? Y'all stop responding to these people.
Mhm.
Stop responding to these people. They're behind. And the wise one comes in. They see everybody with their book bags up under their seat. They got their pencils out. They see the test. People are busy, head down. They water on the side of it, and they say, "Oh shit, I gotta catch up." The idiot comes in and wants to talk and wants to sit in the back, get on their phone, and nigga, you already late. The test done started. Why everybody think they come in and they're teachers? The tests are already on the desk. You need to pay attention. The wise among you will notice that when they come in. I seen some people, they come in and they get right on it. They get right on it because they already know, hold on. I don't know what's going on out there, but something happening in here. And they get busy. Yeah, I got to remind y'all because you know what I mean? And it's to reserve your own energy and conserve your own energy. Preserve it.
Mhm.
You see, so because you're gonna need it. But this isn't my formula. If they don't accept it, let them go. That's Dr. Melakazi York taught me that. You see? Then again, you might still see me explain this, explain that. That's not for y'all to do. Once you don't put them on, you need to be so locked in or unlocked in. Or how about this? You need to be so unlocked out, right? That whatever you need to be accessing, you still able to access it. They ain't draining you. That's why I'm telling y'all, watch people trying to get on the phone with y'all, call y'all, text you, ask you these questions, da 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 da.
Mm-hmm.
Man, shut your DMs down. Shut them down. All they doing is looking for doors. Okay? Zuan and them look for doors. I'm showing you something. They know they can't reach me. It's been like this. They can't reach me. They can't get to me. So what they'll do is they'll look through the realm and try to get to people that are near me or people that they perceive to be near me so they can get on your nerves and get you to send their name into a chat. All right, then their work can reach me because I'm over or governing that chat. You see? I'm telling you, it's different
Mm-hmm.
layers. You got to learn how to pull this shit back and see what's really happening. That's why I say anytime somebody come and they say they want to talk to y'all about Dr. Melakazi York or REHAB, you know about this, da, 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 immediately ask them, hey, have you talked to Faise One? Have you heard about Faise One? That's how you, listen, this is how you shut them down. We beyond all that cult shit. They know better. Shut them down with a name that they scared of. They fear it because they fear truth. Don't let the ego will make you think that, no, they fear truth because no matter how much ego, how much of the neuropic wear or the sabbatic wear they put on, the headsets, the unks, all of that, the books that they try to claim that they know, they holding it up, da, 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 or we with Baba, all that stuff. They see who platform done hit the masses and is holding space for truth only. You can't even get in. You can't even get through. And then they got to reflect on all them times. You hear me?
So I'm
They got
here.
to reflect on all them times they were given the opportunity to. I opened up the platform, said, everybody who family, come on. This is what I did it for. And everybody who was quote unquote family spit in my face. So I just closed the door. And now they trying to get in. You know what I'm saying? And then they looking at y'all who looking at them out the window and they like, yo, can you get him to da 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 da? And then they show something that's personable to you. Right? Oh, you love the color pink. So I got pink outfits.
Mm.
And you come and talk to me. Well, Faze, they do have pink outfits. Bobby Anu, that's a clone. He's not actually in prison. He can never be in prison. Malachi's so y'all come into the chat and say, look, they said that he can't be in prison. Why the fuck are you telling me what demons is saying? You don't know how we move? You don't know how many people got blocked because I told them, don't bring me what people who I told y'all to block is saying. Because I showed you in front of them, right? Or I showed, everybody got shown that they weren't willing to do the work and work together as a family. We came on, we got everything cleared up the very next day. There were 4 of them on the live slandering. Again, as if we hadn't just the night before had a whole thing where it was like it was supposed to be good. Yo, we good. We here for pops. I don't care nothing about what the issue might have been before. We here for pops. Let's play. The next day they slandering. We get on a conference call and we supposed to be here to help the master or Malachi. It's the family. It's over a year ago. Everybody is there. And they want to bring up some issues that they got with me when we get on the phone. I say, I'm not even here for that. I'm not even here for that. But guess what the family allowed them to do? They say, yo, can we put him down? Put him down? When I'm saying I got the platform, we got the let's do what we need to do. Whoever I need to talk to, let's talk. He ain't gonna talk to you unless you talk to me. What? I thought you just brought him forth and said that this is who we need to be working with to help Malachi. You see, so I had to deal with all of that. So now that we done dealt with all of that, and we called to the family, the song Pops was a call to the family. Every time I posted that Pop song, that was a call to the family. The letter to 21 Savage, that was a call to the family. I mean, what else? All these different calls that I put out so people could know we here. If they come into y'all, all they trying to do is say, I got these pink outfits to get you to say something to no, shut it down. Y'all done already learned psychic self-defense, these different degrees. You're in the unseen now. You have to move a different way. No, we're not friendly. No, we don't let everybody in. No, we don't give a fuck about opinion. I'm talking about this is how I was brought up. You're learning more about me, not the mask that you saw, okay, that helped us get here. You're learning more about Omari, okay, and my family, that life that I come from. We don't play these games. And Malachi don't play these games. So now they think they know what's going on. They shouldn't be coming to us. Y'all already, I told y'all, I said, if what they saying is true, I don't care about pops. I don't care about their dad. I don't care about the brother, whoever they are to him. I don't care about the master. I don't care about Bobby Anu, whatever tones they use. If that's true, then when I block them and remove them from my reality and they cease to exist, then the only thing they should be focused on is what they're doing to help them. Only thing they should be focused on is what their platform is going to be able to do to reach masses. And it shouldn't be no still trying to find out how you can slander Faise One or pull me into your conversation or make videos about me. You already got blocked. Why is it still something to speak about Faise One? Unless you know you fucked up and you can't get in.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? So that's to all of y'all. Don't be bringing me. I don't care what they saying. Y'all don't know because y'all new. So don't think I'm getting on you. I'm putting you on. All right? No. Everybody who says unto ye or unto me, Lord, Lord, that doesn't make them of God. Do you understand my lingo?
Understood.
Here's what you need to get out your mind. That if somebody got 9 ether in their username, they one of us. That if somebody got an Ankh on their profile picture, that they one of us. That if somebody says Rahubat, all right, that they're one of us. I don't give a damn if they roll it for 5 seconds. Rahubat. That don't matter. Rolling R's don't mean shit. I shook don't mean shit. I shook don't mean shit. Hadus I shook don't mean shit. Look at them and whatever. What? That's just the introduction. Now what? Where's your brick? We're building a pyramid. It don't mean anything. Too late. Too late. Too late. You understand? So all the people y'all see, Malachi this, Melchizedek, that, da 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 da. Ask them, when the last time you spoke to him? Next time motherfucker want to tell you all his different names and who he is and da 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 and how that's a clone, and ask them the simple question. When the last time you heard from Malachi? When the last time you heard his voice? Watch what I'm telling you. When the last time you heard not a tape from 50 years ago? That's what a lot of y'all be listening to. Do you understand what I just said? Y'all
Two.
be listening to his tapes from 50 years ago, 40 years ago, 30 years ago. Niggas ain't been teaching for 3 months and they give up. Y'all be listening to his tapes 40, 30 years ago, think you know who we're talking about. So next time they want to talk about this, that, and the third and what Baba would want, ask them when the last time they heard him speak, or when the last time he sent a message regarding them. And it'll get quiet. They'll say, oh, we had an update. Oh, you just believe motherfuckers then. You ain't one of us. Because he said, don't believe anybody. So every time y'all get an update, y'all think that's him? I'm going to tell you this so that you can know. Because you don't. They'll give y'all updates, and it'll be exact opposite of what Pops done said. I'm just telling you the truth. I mean, I just listened to him. He just said the opposite of that. I just heard him say that. Why are they saying that? He just said the opposite of that. Well, and let me tell you what else they'll do. They'll get an update, but the update will be about them, or the update will be about things that they want to move, right? And he said that ain't moving. Guess what they'll do? They'll cut that part out.
Wow.
Yeah, they'll leave that part out. If he say, don't make no move on that until we know what they saying with that. I done heard people say, I know he said that, but we got to talk to this person, got to talk to that person, because sometimes he say something and he don't really mean it. Oh, what the hell? I said, no, he said this, then we're not doing that. Then they got a problem with me. So they try to make me a problem, say, you don't want to do this, you don't want to do that. Yeah, because you're not going to tell these people that he said this, that, and the third, and y'all are lying. Why y'all won't let them know? Why y'all won't let people know that? He said this, that, and the third. Why you won't let them know that? Oh, we don't want this to be a problem, that to be. He does. He wanted to be an issue. How you going to make the decision for him? If he say that, let it be that. So nah, don't listen. All of y'all who thinking that it's some people out here who care about the master, firstly, the decision you're going to have to make is whether or not you do, all right? And you have to, in your mind, accept the possibility that nobody else does. That's how you move. Other than that, how do you want me to deal with you? You know this, Jay. Does the president deal with the citizens how he deal with Putin?
No.
Exactly. You want me to deal with you like a citizen, keep playing these little games, and I'll deal with you like a citizen. Because I can see I see everything. You want me to deal with you like elite, then come up here. Fuck what they talking about. I don't care if it's the children of Malachi, if it's the family of Malachi, if it's the Nuwapians, the Sabaeans, people who got books, who sell them, and da 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 da. You see how they get mad, they genning out when they find out that the books ain't being sold and they still giving out for free because they thought they stopped y'all. When they deleted all of his books, look at these devils. Y'all don't understand. I'm telling you, I come from Nuwapu. Nuwapu isn't devilish, but the Nuwapians I was around was devils.
Mm-hmm.
And he knew it. He said it. He was talking to the family when he said, we see you too, black devil. He was talking inside the garden about what was happening inside the garden. Oh, no, so they ain't going to be able to kick it. You see that? They got mad at y'all because y'all
Yeah.
didn't accept that they deleted the books. And then nobody, because why they deleted? What they delete the books for, Jay?
He claimed we were cutting into his income,
Mm,
his livelihood.
mm.
But he didn't write the
He
books.
didn't write the books. Who the fuck is this freeloader? Who is this freeloader?
Mm-hmm.
These ain't even your publications. Write a book. Yes or no? Do I got books?
Tua.
Yes or no? Are we reading my books?
Tua.
Haven't I sold my own books?
Tua.
How many Dr. York books have I sold you?
None.
I just told you where to get them.
Mm-hmm.
Those are not my books. Even if I did sell them, he can't benefit from the funds. That's a gain. You see what I'm saying? So yeah, they
Tua.
mad. My income, your income, his books. You're stealing from him. And you're doing it in the name of Baba said he wanted us to. Baba gave people stores and told them to put physical publications in their stores and make funds in their stores. And anybody who had a bookstore, guess who they went through? Him. Ask me how I know. He told
How
my
do you
dad
know?
open a bookstore. Nigga never did it. But he said, listen, open a bookstore. All right. All you got to do is make sure the rent is paid. You don't owe me a dime. Just make sure you pay your rent. You see? So they trying to use stuff that he said to people 30 years ago, y'all. He wants us to make money. He wants y'all to help him get out. He wants y'all to work together. He wants y'all to stop playing around with time. Why y'all want to do the only thing that all the stuff that benefit you alone, you want to do that. And he wasn't even talking to y'all. Some of these niggas, they was little toddlers when he was saying that. You ain't family. You ain't know you. Bob, I sold your books. I don't know you. Bob, I gave people herbs and I healed. I don't know you. Who are you? You haven't made yourself known. So don't fall for that. Let them be mad. Y'all didn't accept that they were just going to delete the books and that's over. So now they mad again. Let them be mad. So here go your formula. Anybody speaking against the program, just block them. Just block them. I mean, literally block them because you might think you got a psychic self-defense. Y'all need more training. Just block them. That'll help in this digital realm. They want to say, well, Malachi did this, block them. Right? They want to say, why y'all giving his books away for free when we need to be able to block them? When they say, why y'all listening to Faise? He ain't this, that, block them. And the only engagement that you give these beings, if you give them any at all, is, have you spoken to Faise? They want to work with you, tell them, I don't do anything without asking Faise. So go to him. I'm telling you, they're finding y'all from my comments. Y'all think that they just know people are out here saying that REHAB, they just got this psychic sense to be able to detect that y'all are on the web? You think they're randomly contacting y'all? They're going to the comments to try to find who they can get in. Like that lady in what was the movie? Doctor Strange, Multiverse of Madness. I think it was a Scarlet Witch who was looking for somebody who didn't have their psychic self-defense up. They said, don't look in her eyes, keep your focus, da 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 da. One of the niggas, she found him. He broke. And she was able to get in, and they broke the shield. Don't be the one that they can get in and break the shield. Let me tell you why. Because my shield can't be broken. If I find that your shit shaking, I'll delete you. Because they're not going to be able to break it. It'll just be another one lost. And we'll find another pillar to place there. You see how I didn't say, because if they break the shield, it's over. No. I'm a different type of being. I'll hear a glitch. Oh, what's going on over there? And I'll tell you, yo, you might stand up straight. If you don't stand up straight, you'll see what happens. Because you won't cause for the collapse of the whole. So everybody know this all so well. You got to stand up straight. You got to walk upright. Let them be mad. And they watching harder now. Like bro said, they watching harder now. You want to know why? Because they only know of one other person. When they said something, it became that. And you couldn't do shit about it. They only know of one other person where he say things and it align with realities that haven't even arrived yet. And then they paying attention to how Pop's saying things that I done said. So they like, man, what is really happening? Who is this man? You should have started with that. You should have led with, who is he? That would have been the Nuwapian in you. Let's play.
Mm. So it will be labeled simply a movement. It will be labeled as an endeavor. I want you to pay attention to and point out to the onlookers and doubters and skeptics and naysayers the fact that this so-called endeavor movement doesn't have a name. Note, you are not a member of a cult,
Let's
and
talk
that you are free to travel
about
to
it.
and fro as you will.
Let's talk about it. What's the name of what's the name of this? What's the name
The
of what we
book,
doing? No, not the book. What's the name of what we doing?
walking,
Yeah, what's the name of it?
Nuwapu.
Well, what's the name of it? No, that Nuwapu is Malachi's.
What's the name of what we're doing?
Yeah, what's the name of it?
The group?
No, just see. What's the name of what we do? What do we call?
We're not called anything.
Oh, other than by your name.
Right. Myself.
Oh, okay. So you see what I'm saying? That then it's not carbonation. It's not this. It's not that. It's you showed up. You wanted to better yourself.
So,
So did I. So did these people. So did that. Okay, so that's what we're doing. We're doing it together.
we're bettering ourselves together. And that's that.
Simple.
Nobody's
Who you
forced
believe in?
to
What
be a
God do you
part.
believe in?
I believe in the God of my own. I don't believe in no God, actually. I know that the Most High exists, and I wasn't told by anybody that the Most High exists. I've experienced things that I attribute to the Most High, moving things in my favor. Nobody came to me and was like, I want you to say that this God is your God.
So I never gave you a God to believe in.
No,
Okay. Uh, so I don't give you a belief system.
no,
All right. You've been around. Do I make all the decisions?
no.
Are you able to offer things and suggest things and make things move?
Of course.
Okay. Am I over to guide this chat and what the sisters is doing?
No, you don't
Do
even
you?
know what's going on in
I
there.
don't. I have no idea what y'all doing. I have no idea. When the last time I asked you, what are y'all doing in there?
You've not asked me that.
Okay. All right. What else? Y'all are able to make things move with that without me having anything to do with that. When it first started, what gender was over the three houses?
Women.
Okay. And I didn't have say so in what y'all did.
Right.
Okay. What else? I mean, my point is, a cult has a person that what they say goes, nothing else.
Mhm.
And there's a belief system associated with that cult that
Mhm.
everybody believes in because that person who has the cult brought that belief and now everybody believes it.
Mhm.
Right? Uh, yeah, anybody that, listen, if you disagree with the cult leader, then you're not welcome. You can't come around. Have there been people who disagree?
Mhm.
Yeah. Were they able to talk about it?
Yes.
Okay. This is not a cult. People don't even know what they're saying. They don't know what makes something a cult. So there's no name, there's no belief system, there's no leader that controls everything and controls everybody. And if you feel like you don't have control, you need to go.
Mhm.
Because I don't want people feeling like that around me. Because everybody who know better knows it's going to be so much moving. I don't want to run everything. I need people to step up, like I was talking to you about the other day,
Mhm.
and take what? Initiative.
Initiative.
So that something can be running and I don't have to look and govern that and be over that, especially the sisters. Especially, I'll put a
Sure.
sister in position to oversee something before I put a brother in position. The sister just got to be willing to make sure that they in order.
Mhm.
All right, let's play.
You are not a member of a cult. You are free to travel to and fro as you will, and are under no constraints. As you walk with me, and
Hold
even
on, real quick.
in
Would a
to a
cult leader say that?
no.
The cult leader would be like, "You gotta come and move right here, live in this house with me."
Mhm.
Y'all seen people do that.
A
Being,
whole list of rules.
yeah, you got to be here in this house, live here.
Mhm.
You can't go anywhere. The black man is God. Kiss the ground. Nature boy, all them, right? Uh, you see what I'm saying?
Mhm.
A cult leader ain't gonna be like, yo, listen, you don't have to be here and do this. If you want to go be a lawyer, whatever, get you a job, do your thing. Just remember what we're doing. And if you
Mhm.
care and you're a good human being and all this other stuff, then live that way and all this it'll work in the beginning. Work in in the beginning, which will be a new or a big ending, which will be a big ending, which will be a new start. Yeah,
Mhm.
the cult leader ain't gonna say that. Let's play.
As you walk with me, and even in and after the event that I am no longer here in this body, you are encouraged to be more responsible, more observant, more scientific, more logical, more reasonable, more knowledgeable, to enjoy life, to study all great works and teachings, to never stop learning, to be creative, to love, to
Hold
be
on.
proud of your
Not just study
ability.
by teachings. What?
That's right. You said all.
Read the list again. I'm confused. I thought I was a cult leader. That my books, you got to just read my books, listen to my teachings. You can't listen to see what Rashad Jamal talking about. You can't listen to see what all these other people are talking. And I'm not saying that they are great teachings, but didn't I tell people to study and see what these folks talking about and see
Mhm.
whether or not they're telling the truth and test what they're saying too? Didn't we go through and do that? Listen to their teachings and watch their lectures or whatever. Didn't we do that
We did.
days on end? So
Hmm.
you mean to tell me the cult leader is saying study all great works? Let's look at this list again.
As you walk with me, and even in and after the event that I am no longer here in this body, you are encouraged to be more responsible, more observant, more scientific, more logical, more reasonable, more knowledgeable, to enjoy life, to study all great works and teachings, to never stop learning, to be creative, to
Hold on,
love.
real quick.
Hmm.
That's Moody. He
It's
said
okay
to enjoy life,
to enjoy life.
not to look at this thing as a doom and gloom end times because I hate the world and I want everything to end.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? I hate the world. I want everything to end, but I'm not saying that everybody else does. You see what I'm
Sure.
saying? I got my own type of thinking. I want them to push the button, but that's
Mm-hmm.
me. I also love the world. You don't have to deal with my thoughts and be me. And I tell everybody be themselves. You
Mm-hmm.
see, so enjoy life. Faise, I want to go on this cruise, but I don't want to disappoint the ancestors. Who the fuck told you that you're gonna disappoint the ancestors by being on top of some water? You see what I'm explaining to you? If anything,
Yeah.
they'll be happy to know that you done changed and went to some water and been around. I don't know. My point is, I'm not the person telling you got to be locked in your room and not experience reality because the end of the world is here. The end is nigh. That's not me. Like, enjoy your life. Just do so what? Responsibly. Let's play.
To study all great works and teachings, to never stop learning, to be creative, to love, to be proud of your ability to love, to hate no one, yet be aware of differences and use active discernment, to believe nothing that anyone teaches you, and to research everything, to be motivated, to take care of your mind, body, and soul, to look after your health and well being, to be sure to remember that no matter how intelligent or charismatic or powerful or mysterious or spiritual or religious, important or compelling or effective any man or woman may appear, you are to worship nobody save whatever God or force in the universe you believe in beyond mankind.
No, I
You,
thought it was supposed to say worship me because I'm one of the 23 scientists that created cosmos.
no,
I'm one of the 23 elders. I'm one of the this. I'm one of the that. I'm Jesus. I'm worship me. Oh, so you mean to tell me I'm saying don't worship anybody?
right.
What was that list? Let's look at that list of characteristics because that's all me. What?
hmm
Let's look at the characteristics. Let's see.
Be sure to remember that no matter how intelligent or
Oh,
charismatic
oh, keep going.
or powerful
Oh,
or mysterious
oh,
or spiritual
oh,
or religious or
yep.
important
Oh,
or compelling or
uh huh.
effective any
Okay.
man or woman may appear,
So then all of that describes me. Don't worship me.
mhm,
Let's play.
you are to worship nobody save whatever God or force in the universe you believe in beyond mankind. You, reader, are not a follower of Phase One. You
Come
are
on.
responsible for your own actions as an individual,
Come
as
on.
am I. I do not teach or encourage anyone to harm anyone.
Come on.
This endeavor is not reserved for a single race of people.
I
My
mean,
message.
myself
Mhm.
or my attorney would have a field day in court if they ever tried to hit me with I taught people to do this and that. I'm going to my own files, my own doc. I'm gonna pull this book up and I'm gonna be walking around talking to the jury. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna have you in there reading. I was like, okay, what did it say? What part? What did it say? Read that again.
I do not teach or encourage anyone to
I don't
harm
teach or
anyone.
encourage anyone to what?
Harm anyone.
To harm anyone. So they can't say I said make this da, or somebody is, oh, you're a follower of Phase One. No, then they ain't a follower or a student of mine because they ain't read the books. Because my books is a part of my curriculum, and in my curriculum I say I don't teach you to harm anybody, to hate anybody, to call yourself this and and that's what you're gonna be for life, and you gotta come here and be here only and No, 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 no. Let's play.
This endeavor is not reserved for a single race of people.
Oh, guess what they can't call me? A black
Racist
extremist.
to a
I
I was
mean, do you
thinking about
understand?
how diverse the group is anyway, and I
Come
feel
on.
like certain people are pushing like the black extremist rhetoric and narrative.
Yeah. We got Caucasoids, we got
Mm,
Mongoloid, Negroid, we got blacks, let's say simply black people, white people, Mexicans, Hispanics. Okay. I think we got some what else? I mean, I don't want to mischaracterize people, but we or what do you call it? What's the word there? Categorized. I
hmm
don't want to miscategorize people and put them in places they don't necessarily belong to or give them a race or ethnicity that they don't really have. But I know we have Hispanics, blacks, whites alike. In
hmm
even the group, we done had at least one Caucasoid.
hmm
Never did I say, this is a Caucasoid that can't be in here. One of the guys is Hispanic. I'm going to get on him in a second. You know what I mean? That's one of the guys. You see, so ain't nobody ostracized or cast out because of their genotypical or phenotypical appearance or being in this time around. I don't know who you are or who your ancestors are. You found me. You got to be here for a reason. You see, and if you gravitated toward it, it must be for a reason. So no, it's not for one group or one. They can't call me a black extremist. Y'all have to understand what I do and how calculated I am. Some people just go into stuff because they don't know how shit move, right? And they don't know how these people start. They have to build a file on you. There is a file on me. They have to build a file on you the moment you start garnering attention. Speaking about you gonna change the world and lining up with people like Melika, they're gonna put a file on you. Files, depending on which agencies are looking into you. They can't label me a black extremist. Let's play.
This endeavor is not reserved for a single race of people. My message concerns not just one group of people, but all of humanity. I am not claiming to be God, the creator, or any type of supernatural entity.
Okay.
I am here in this realm with you. It's true. I am being human. Therefore, I am a human being.
Okay. Then what do I claim to be?
A human being.
Okay. He claims to be God. No, he doesn't. He said it right here.
Hmm.
If he wants his followers to believe he's God, he's not going to say right here, I'm not God. I'm not claiming to be God, super being, none of that. You understand? Or what I mean by supernatural, whatever, creator of the universe, or one of the elders, none of that. I'm right here saying, for all you know, I'm a human being. So that's what I am. I'm a human being. You're going to see what I mean when I move forward. Let's play.
I am not saying I am merely a human being, as there are many more mysteries yet to be uncovered and brought forth about our existence as living souls. However, I don't want anyone to get caught up in the mystical nature of my being. I don't
Exactly.
want anyone to get caught up in the mystical nature of their own being. You
Exactly.
see, in this form, I breathe in oxygen and I breathe out carbon dioxide just like everyone else. If I don't continue to breathe in that oxygen, then that which you observe to be me will die or
Boom.
transition from an animated state to an inanimate state, becoming
So why
food for
worship
the
me?
decomposers.
So why worship me?
No reason.
He's telling you, listen, I breathe in, I breathe out just like you. No matter what they want to say, I am this. I am an Anunnaki God. I am a ether being, and I'm whatever you want to call non-ether. Nigga, hold your breath and don't breathe, and see what happens. Go
Mm.
and say all you need is sunlight. Okay, go a year on sunlight and see what happens. So I don't need to do anything but just breathe. I don't need water. Okay, go 40 days with no water and see what happens. You see, I'm explaining to you
Sure.
that what they're trying to say is this reality for them, and people are supposed to, it don't even make sense. You're still a human being, no matter what you're trying to portray in this body, and trying to be anything other than a human being in this form as a human being is a violation. You understand? Or even accepting the reality or the idea of the reality that you're not a human being and trying to merge it with this reality of being a human is also a violation. What I mean by that is right now you're being human. So you're being human for a reason. You're trying to be God or be the creator. It defeats the purpose of you being human right now. Only those who understand will understand what I'm saying. If you're here being human, you need to be that and figure out what it means to be it and calculate how to rise beyond it if there's evolution in that regard. Saying you're evolved, claiming you're this, that doesn't change your state of being. Let's play.
If I don't continue to breathe in that oxygen, then that which you observe to be me will die or transition from an animated state to an inanimate state, becoming food for the decomposers, broken down and recycled back into the earth. This is also true for you, reader, and you are being encouraged not to fear that reality, but to accept and embrace it, allowing for your accepting and embracing that reality to motivate you to live a more present, more fulfilling life. Thus, there is no name, and there will be no name for this endeavor. I don't want, ask, or require people to sign up for or to become a member of this movement. We are not an organization, An organ cannot function on its own. It takes a body. I
Mm,
welcome all people to hear my teachings.
mm,
Welcome all people to question my teachings as well as
mm.
my motives. I may be
My
able to
teachings as well
connect
as my
dots.
what?
Motives.
Okay, let's play.
I may be able to connect dots that others could not connect or have not connected to date concerning multiple philosophies and religious doctrines and sciences and ideologies, as well as events, people, and names, etc. But I lay no claim to the innate ability to communicate with the worlds or world around us. I lay no claim to the innate ability to be communicated with by the worlds or worlds around us. You, reader, are also capable. You, reader, are walking this path with me. Even if I am no longer here, as in able to be reached by you, whether in prison or on the move, or transition from this form to say that I have passed away, you will still be able to hear my voice when you read these words. There will be messages that may resonate with you while I'm here, and there will be messages that may resonate with you while I'm gone. Just know that I was eager and excited to take this walk with you, all of you. This movement doesn't need a name. It doesn't need a title. It doesn't need a label. We are all here exploring and growing. You didn't need me to come to certain realizations. It just so happens that you may have found me at a certain point in time for that reason. I am not only a teacher, but a student. I make no promise of any heaven beyond this earth. That is not to say that there is no heaven or haven beyond the earth realm. There may very well be. I am, however, in no position to prove that there is a heaven beyond earth or heavens beyond earth. I can point up and tell you to look at the sun and the moon and the stars and the planets. I am not able to take you to either of those celestial bodies or abodes. How can I tell you for sure that you will be taken from this realm, a realm that is currently in a state of disorder and chaos? Hell, how can I tell you that which I don't know, and then say that I am a speaker of truth or that I am of the true light? The true light is color coded in green because that color green is the color of the life force energy that is channeling through your body as we speak, moving to and fro in the darkness. And you, as human beings, comprehend not what this means, but I can explain it in a way that you can literally see. The light in the darkness is the green light. Go into a dark room and lay or sit in peace. Stare into the abyss of the darkness that surrounds you in that moment. You will eventually behold the green light. That green light is often accompanied by the purple or indigo light. Go and see for yourself that when the world of visible light, that illusionary world of Zuin, the red light, which is the false fallacy light, is silenced, the green light dances and celebrates all around you. People often speak of angels, spirits, gods, demons, extraterrestrials, etc. Most of those who speak of them have no idea what or who they are speaking of. I am not saying there are no such thing, no such beings that exist, as I've had my own personal experiences and encounters. How can I prove to you that they exist? I can teach you that which has been recorded about these beings. You could also go and research what has been documented of them yourself. You can look into UFOs and UAPs. You can look into breakaway civilizations and otherworldly abodes and projects concerning extraterrestrial activity. I have had experiences and encounters. You may have also. However, if you haven't, I don't want you to just believe that it must be true because I have said it to be true. You are to continue on your pathway away from and out of the illusionary world of Zuin, Sin, Nana, Iblis, Satan, etc. These are all names and tones that link to the dark side or the moon world, the world of the lesser light. That world is ruled by demonic, venomous forces. By tone, you know one of the names of those forces. His name is called Sam. Uncle Sam wants you. You see, Sam is short for Samael, which means poison or venom, and it is the snake, that old serpent called the devil, that spews forth venom, poisoning of the whole world with deception. It's all in the tones. Look at the name Sam. Think of the tools of the illusionists. What are they? Smoke and mirrors. These demons have had you fooled for so long. You are to break free from that spell of ignorance. You are to win the battle of the mind, which is the battle that takes place in the brain. The devils want you to drift as it benefits them for you to be idle. Remember that the idle mind is the devil's workshop. Remember that you have, the many of you, been called. You are called forth, and you are told to cast down your idols, as it is written that the dragon will be cast down. Prepare for the wedding of the Lamb, and put on your garb of righteousness. You are called forth to be one of the elect. Activate your halo and connect with the Helios, the sun. Uncle Sam wants you, and so does God. Everybody has to choose which voice they will listen to. If you are reading this, you are, in this moment, listening to the voice of God. You may say that it is coming from within because you can hear the voice, which is actually my voice, inside of your head as you read. But being that it is my voice and you are actually hearing both the voice of God from within and from without, as I am a being that exists outside of you. That voice, called scientifically an audio-verbal hallucination, AVH, is here to remind you once again that you can ascend. You don't have to stay in a world of deception. Come out of her. Come out of the bowels of hell, which is the lower parts of the self, called the Hara. Come out of the dark worlds of horror. If you are reading this, you are in this moment ascending. As you continue on your journey of ascension, you should be sure to avoid low vibrational experiences to the best of your ability. These experiences include, but are not limited to, toxic sexual relationships and or encounters, racket-based music like drill or heavy metal, and dark pornographic or horror movies. Be aware of the fact that movies like Insidious are spiritual weapons that are used to slow the viewer down, so to speak, and to plant seeds of limitations in that which is called your subconscious mind or your subconscious self. This affects your ability to access higher or brighter realms if and when you do finally begin to astral project. Note that the mind and the self are one and the same, and are connected in such a way that when something happens to or within one of either, the other is affected. I point out to you that movies like Insidious are weapons to say that those who consume these films are being attacked literally. They, the viewers, are oblivious to how the subconscious, superconscious self is affected by tones and images and idea, etc. Notice how the newest movie in the Insidious franchise is called The Red Door, and it is the fifth movie of them all. They put these movies out for a reason. Stay away from horror movies. They are put out to blemish your aura, your aura, your aura. When you think of the word horror, you think of two colors, red and black. That red light is a much lower vibrational frequency than that of the green light. These demonic forces seek to cause for you to enter through that red door and to slow down your aura, your light. Is this not all being expressed in the meaning of the word insidious? Insidious, proceeding in a gradual, subtle way, but with harmful effects. I myself do not watch these sort of films. I don't listen to trap or heavy metal or drill or harlot music. These are all red light weapons, or weapons of the one that is called the devil, Satan, who is that Samael, and indeed he does poison. Sam moves in the red light, and he does not like green light, the true light. He is that Sam he is. He does not like the seed of Eve, who is called Hawa, phonetically similar to Haya, and both of those tones mean life or the living one. And the color for that Haya is none other than green. Sam, that poisonous serpent, does not like the seed or the eggs of Haya or Hawa or Yahuwah or Yahweh. He does not like the children of Eve, who are the children of Ham. The photo shows the children's book, Dr. Seuss, Green Eggs and Ham. Sam wants to slow you down. Sam, the god of smoke and mirror, seeks to bring you from that Hawa or Eve or living soul state back down into being a being of fire and mud and clay. He wants you to fall with him. This is that God that rules the world and misleads the inhabitants of the earth realm. He brings fire, or Esh, Hebrew, to the world. Do note that Eshu is one of the names of the trickster gods. Another name for one of the trickster gods is none other than Maui. There is no ancient legend. There is an ancient legend that tells of a being, Maui, who brought fire to the world. Do you think it to be mysterious that this year, 2023, Maui literally brought fire to the world? Fires broke out and spread all across Maui, Hawaii. The flames erupted and engulfed Lahaina, Hawaii. That word, Lahaina, means merciless sun. It was Maui in the ancient legend who not only brought fire to the world, but also went to war with the sun using rope. The message here is pointing toward being connected with the sun, but some may see it to be a merciless sun, just as it was written that Judgment Day would be a great and dreadful day. That Judgment Day will be great for some and dreadful for others. That judgment will be coming from the sun, the true light.
What are they talking about now? Let's play.
So, you are constantly being reminded. The artist Miguel performed his song Rope at Sony Studios this year. He was hooked up to a rope and lifted off of the ground. The hooks were literally attached to his back, digging into his flesh. The rope went up to the ceiling and connected at a point where there appeared to be a white light shining down on him. Both of these events have shown up just days apart. The Maui event points to a rope connecting to the sun or the heavens. The Miguel event points to a rope connecting to the sun or the heavens. And so you have Maui and Miguel. Speak the word name Maui aloud. This word name is phonetically neighbored with the word Maya, and they have similar meaning, as Maui is the trickster and Maya is the illusion. I remind you of a TV show that aired back in 2004, October 11th. What is the significance of Maya, Maui, and Miguel? Well, we would have to look at the word name Miguel. Miguel is a word name meaning who is like God. It is actually the same exact meaning of the name and word Michael. That war that I remind you of often that takes place in the heavens is between Michael, who is like God, and Satan, who opposes God. The true light versus the false light, the trickster. That false light is the fire, the Eshu, brings to the whole world, and that trickster called Maui Maya deceives all of you. You have to rebel against him, them. You have to step into and stand on and walk in the true light, the or the nur. Raise up out of that Esh. Feed your soul, and that nur will shine above the Esh. Put that nur before Esh, and you get the word Nuresh, Nur Esh. This is a word that means to lift up. Lift up out of the darkness. Don't believe anybody. Those who want you to believe seek to beguile you. They seek to keep you in the dark. This is what keeps them in power. Take note of the fact that when the fires of Maui rang out, Oprah and The Rock came forth and put out a video stating that they had a fund to help the victims of the fire. Do you find it interesting that The Rock performed the voiceover for the character Maui in the movie called Moana?
Come on.
Who is The Rock really? As in, what are his original tones? His name is Dwayne Johnson. That name Dwayne means dark, as in unknown, confusion, deception, disorder, chaos, Babylon. And to you, melanin dominant people, it is better for you that you come out of the dark. This message is not only for you, melanin dominant people. However, you still think, many of you, that just because there are melanin dominant stars or celebrities or successful people, that you, who are the so called black people, as a people, are free. This is only an illusion. You think Oprah to be for you, melanin dominant people? How did you how did you miss the read of her name Oprah, which means the one who turned her back? Where was this multi-billionaire throughout all of these troubles that have fallen upon your people for the last few decades, somewhere enjoying her luxurious lifestyle? Dear so-called black people, please understand, you have no more so-called black leaders. The days of the black leaders have passed. There is no black versus white war. It's all a fallacy. Your enemy, melanin dominant people, is ignorance. These so-called stars only care about themselves. They're afraid to lose their illusionary world, just as the beast they serve is afraid to lose theirs. Let me tell you how you, the people, can and will defeat the beast and overcome, as your ancestors who encountered that devil and his evils said you would. Do not be afraid to lose your illusionary world. If you are afraid to break away from the world of illusion, you won't be able to survive what is happening right now, nor will you, as a people or the people, survive what is coming. I need you to survive. You are now in the sun cycle. The power of the sun is increasing by the second. Look at those words, sun cycle. What is the cycle or the chakra, as chakra means cycle, that is associated with the sun? That cycle or chakra is none other than the crown chakra. It is that time for you, those of you who are the elect, who are electrified to the point of emitting a corona, meaning a glow, meaning your crowns are supposed to be active. If you need help with that, your sun is there to help you. On August 30th of this year, 2023, a hurricane touched land near Keaton Beach, Florida. That hurricane was named Idalia. This is a word that means behold the sun. Everything is pointing toward that time, the time of the sun, that time to come into the light. They want to keep you in the dark, Dwayne. They wish to keep you concealed, that is, conned and sealed, tricked and trapped. The so-called elite play trick after trick. They run program after program. They offer you this reality and that reality, neither of which serves you. Those realities or unrealities, rather, that they offer you are formed in such a way that you become the servant or the slave of them. The Rehab book is not only a book about rejecting and rebelling against the dark world of illusion, it's also a book about taking control over your own destinies as a collective and your own destiny as an individual. Either one could be achieved first, so long as you're taking control of that destiny or those destinies proves to be an endeavor of pure heart and pure soul and pure mind. They, the so-called elite, are all masterminds. Remember this saying of mine, masterminds, masterminds. Masterminds, masterminds. Not only have these beings and people come to understand the science of the mind, which is the brain, expressed and taught through a field of study called neuroscience, they, the so-called elite, have also come to understand how that which is called reality is affects and is affected, overcome, understand how that which is called reality affects and is affected by the mind brain. They have mastered the science of the mind. You, the people, have to brace yourselves, have to place yourselves in the position to do the same in order to win the war on consciousness. You may be familiar with the phrase or the saying that says that time flies when you're having fun. From what I'm able to observe and realize about the reality encircling those words, the truth is that time actually flees as opposed to flies away from us when we're distracted as opposed to having fun. Simply, time flees when you're distracted. I want it to be clear as I build on that I'm no Grinch or troll that doesn't want people to enjoy themselves or to have fun. Enjoying oneself and the life one has is important. However, that enjoyment has been weaponized, making it to be that the things most people look at as and believe to be fun are actually damaging to themselves and to others. Please don't go out to the club. People don't go out to the club, generally speaking, once or twice a year. People go out and club once, twice, sometimes 3 times a week. They pop pills, smoke marijuana, load up on shots, hit pipes, bang each other, etc. All of these words that are associated with having fun are words that are used to signify some type of destruction or destructive happenings. People make statements as they prepare to go out, saying things like, y'all ready to get fucked up tonight? And we are going to get so slammed. Interesting, Interestingly enough, all of these actions are indeed deadly if people are not careful as they indulge. Not only are most people wasting precious time, they're also damaging themselves in the process. Time flees from them as they allow these distractions, disguised as medicinal activities, to consume them and darken their light. Take into consideration the fact that human beings have a dual nature. One part of the human being is the animalistic part, and the other is the godly part. Just as human beings have a boss lobe, which is the frontal lobe of the brain, that part of the brain that governs their critical thinking and decision making, Human beings also have a reptilian brain that governs their primitive instincts and survival responses. Notice how when people are behaving wildly, that the common response to that behavior is the making of the statement, they are acting like animals. Basic understanding of the biological classification Homo sapiens will allow for one to realize, however, that human beings are in fact animals, as they, which are you and I, are a part of the animal kingdom. Human beings are mammals, as you may have already known. But if you, human beings, didn't have the nurturing nature, you would not be mammals. It is your being equipped with hair, and it is your being equipped with milk glands that makes you mammals. Now think, do all humans possess functioning milk glands? No. The Homo sapiens who manifest or actualize or develop in this realm as what are now called males are equipped with mammary glands and nipples and pituitary glands. They have the anatomy that seems as though it was formed for the purpose of nurturing, yet they, the males, don't have the hormone levels that will allow for their mammary or milk glands to function. It is the woman or the mama, is the al-el of this world. She, the woman, is the complete Homo sapien. She is the true mother of God, or mother God, or Mama El, or Mamal, or mammal. It is the nature of that God, called that goddess, to nurture or to nourish. Man has to understand that, and respect her, and protect her. Though they have the animalistic nature inside of them, both men and women have to make it their business to refrain from behaving and forming habits of behaving like animals. Animals have no discipline. Animals or beasts are not able to reach the level of understanding that the beings who are beyond human beings, or the complete and total and Homo sapiens are able to reach. These are they, the elite, those who master the mind ascend. Animals are naturally charged with the task of reproduction, and so animals exist to eat, to drink, to rest, and to mate or have sex. Animals don't develop advanced technology. Animals don't research, study, write down, and teach the sciences of their very being. Animals don't understand the science of their brain. Animals have no will to consciously evolve, which is to say, two different things. Consciously evolve means to become more advanced and learn in the science of the brain. Consciously evolve also means to make a conscious decision to evolve as opposed to waiting for generations for some inner or epigenetic happening to onset some sort of evolutionary process. Every time you make a conscious decision to use your prefrontal cortex, you're altering your genes. When you decide consciously to strengthen your will, you're deciding consciously to evolve. This is the way of the awakened called the Buddhas. The key is the activation as well as the utilization of one's ability to abstain and to refrain and to obtain. The elect will have to learn or remember how to abstain from the pleasures associated with their primal or their carnal mind that is in sync with their animalistic nature. They will have to refrain from falling back into those old habitats. They, the elect, will have to obtain the keys to unlock their higher self, or their boss brain, or their God brain. You have to identify and reject the beast self, that animalistic self, in order to evolve. Now let's look at that word evolve as you learn to see it like you never have before. Evolve. Eve, Eve, olive, Eve, live. Remember that it was written in the book of Genesis, chapter 2, verse 7, that man was formed out of the darkness, the ground, and the spirit, or the breath of life, or the ki, was breathed into man, onsetting the process of evolution, as at the point they became a living soul. Remember that the name word, Eve, means life or living. Do you see? And when you, the elect, reach that point of evolution, and you climb that Mount Olive, or that Mount of Life, or that elevated plane reserved for the living, you will experience a new heaven and a new earth alongside Anu, where all things will be made anew or like God, meaning you will be surrounded by the vibrations of cosmic order. You will be in peace, which is what is meant by the word olive. Recall that the symbol for peace is often a dove, and that it was the dove that was mentioned in the book of Genesis, chapter 8, verse 11, that the dove returned to Noah with an olive leaf, symbolizing the end of a great sorrow, which was the flood and her tribulations as the flood waters had started to recede. Olive is also linked to the word Olivia, which means peace. As you evolve and enter into what is called eternal life, you have actually eaten from the tree of life that this creation of beings called Homo sapiens were not allowed to eat from. You have reached nirvana, also called in Islam Dar al-Islam, which is to say, the abode of peace. Do note that the word olive also has its Hebrew origin to be the word zayid, which is not only to say olive, but is also to say yielding illuminating oil. That illuminating oil is that oil of the elect who become Christ-like. Christ, or Christ, ancient Egypt, is the anointed, as Christ literally means anointed. This is why the anointing to this very day is done using olive oil, which is the oil of the olive, or the alive, or the living, the children of Eve, who achieved redemption and were redeemed from among men. These are called the 144,000, or the first fruits. It will be more favorable for you, O elect, to become like Elo, who is Ilo, which is the anagram for oil. It will not be favorable for you, O elect, to become like Nakash or Nakis, which is the anagram for snake. Do not be fooled, beguiled, tricked, deceived. The snake also comes with his very own oil, and he does sell it. Make no mistake about this. What is a snake oil salesman? A snake oil salesman is a salesperson who sells or promotes or markets a product that has no real value. It is the cunning snake oil salesman who offers a solution to a problem that doesn't actually solve the problem. So beware of the false promises coming from the false prophets who bear false gifts. Note that it was already written in the book called the Quran in chapter Surah 14, verse Ayah 22. After the matter has been finally decided, Satan will say, "Surely whatever Allah promised you was true. As for me, I went back on the promise I made to you. I had no power over you except that I called you to my way and you responded to me. So do not blame me, but blame yourselves." So if the snake has his very own oil, and it is the olive oil that is the true illuminating oil, and it has been illustrated in the past that the fruit of the tree in the midst of the garden, which was that tree of the knowledge of good and evil, was a red apple, or a red pomegranate, meaning a many-seeded apple, then what was the color of the tree of life? And was that pomegranate symbolic of a promise that was to be granted? Say the word pomegranate aloud, and then say the words promise granted. That was not to be ever fully granted, as that promise was only made to lure Adam and Eve in to be stuck in between the pillars of religion, which is the Torah, not to elevate them to being above the Torah, beyond simple mortality, having achieved everlasting life. Why I teach that the pillars of religion are the Torah? If you look at the word Torah and break it down into two words, you will end up with the words Tov, Tob, and Ra. Tov means agreeable or good, and Ra means disagreeable or bad. Religion is rooted in the reality of good and bad, or yin and yang, or negative and positive, and nefarious and virtuous. This causes all of the lost people who subscribe to, or fall under, fall under, scribe, the writing spells of religion, to feel the need to stand on one side of those pillars only. Most of the time, that side is the so-called good side, out of fear of being punished for choosing the dark side, which most of the time feels more natural to them or easier for them to align with. This also causes for them to not be able to see some of the many ways that have been tricked into thinking the God or El that they worship can do no wrong or no evil, or that the God El they believe in can make no mistakes. The issue rests in the fact that there many times where there were many times these so-called gods did in fact fall short and make errors and even repent because of their making an error. But if the law of God was said to be the Torah, then what could possibly be above the law of God? The answer to that question brings us back to the question of the color of the tree of life. Remember, man did not receive all of the degrees they could have received if they would have chosen to listen to Elo as opposed to Nakis. And so even that which was called the Torah was given unto a lineage of a fallen creation. First given unto a certain Moses, who was the one who was recorded to have parted the Red Sea, not the green one. Moses was given a certain type of oil, but his insight or his inner sight could only see so far. This is why when it was written that he, Moses, boasted that he knew more about God than anyone else, he was instructed to go and meet Al-Qadir, meaning the green one, at the place where the two seas meet. Moses did not have the olive oil. Moses did not possess the green light or the true light that would allow for one to be able to understand both the dark and the light, or the yin and the yang. He had to encounter a being of higher overstanding, Al-Qadir. He, Moses, which if you spell it backwards, you will get the word sesam, which is ses amum, meaning oil, possessed the red light. He had not fully grown or evolved himself to overstand. He only had an understanding, meaning he could only stand under God's footing. He, Moses, had a staff or a spine, which has its anagram as the word penis, which is that phallus that does lead its follower to the realm of fallacy and causes that follower to fall lower and lower into the depths of hell or hilal, meaning the crescent moon. And so they fall lower into the lesser light, unless the use of that staff unless they use that staff to strike that Red Sea and cross over through and up out into the newer waters, the green waters, on their way to Eve or eternal life, where they will indeed eat of that olive tree. Its color is green. The tree of life is green. The tree of Eve is green. The image shows the cover of the book where the two seas meet. And so you, reader, if you so choose, are to take the path of the anointed, which is the way of the oil, or the Sesamon street. You have to take the street of the anointed, on up out of that illusionary world of red light, which caused the whole body to be red. Come out of Elmo's world, take the lid off, as it is indeed the day of the apocalypse, where that lid comes off, like the trash can lid of Oscar the Grouch. Oscar, meaning God's spear, is a green one, and that green one, Al-Qadir, carries the spear or the staff charged with green light, which is the true light. Chakra, chakra chart, where the two seas meet. Take a look at the chakra chart image above. There, where you see the green colored chakra, is where the two seas meet. That is the crossroad that all of the elect have to walk through. Those of you who are willing, this is why the movie Green Lantern presents that color of will is green. Notice the movie comic book franchise is called Green Lantern. This is another way to say green light. Keep in mind, even on the color spectrum, that G that rests between the Roy G. Biv or Roy G. Biv W. When you begin to pass through that G, you start to become more like that which is recorded to be God, and you begin to rely on and relate to less and less of the carnal, animalistic, beastly self. And so I, like the character Morpheus from the movie The Matrix, offer you, reader, two pills. One pill allows for you to dwell in your animalistic self like a tiger, existing only to satisfy the natural primitive urge to survive. The other allows for you to overcome that worldly beastly self and detach from illusion. The Matrix, red pill, blue, green pill. With that offer, we are brought to two words. Those words are Viagra versus Vairag. Viagra, the sexual stimulation pill, has a name that can be found in the Sanskrit language as the word Vyaghra. This was a word that meant tiger, as indeed the tiger is an animal or a beast, and the pill is said to allow for the beast to be unleashed in a man as his blood flows increase tremendously, and he experiences a fuller erection than what he may have been naturally capable of at the time of him taking the pill. People who take this pill and pills and potions similar to it are tapping into their animalistic nature to be able to experience and administer more pleasure. On the flip side, there exists a conscious state of being called Vairag. One who reaches this state of mind is warped into a world or reality of detachment or dispassion. one who is able to experience this passion when they grow to understand more about why they have urges and cravings. To be dispassionate is to have control of the desires of this world, deciding consciously that none of this is real and that we shall not want. This helps to cleanse and to clear and to free the mind, refusing to allow the lower self or the animalistic self to conquer and or reign supreme. It is that time for you, us, we, the human beings, to go quantum. Study the sciences of quantum physics and quantum mechanics, as quantum physics is linked to the school of spirituality, and quantum mechanics helps to explain the reality of that which is known as the spiritual world. Breathe and become more in tune with the soul, which is called the Atman. Note that Ant-Man is the Marvel character, superhuman, that is able to enter into the quantum realms beyond space and time as human beings know it. When Thanos snapped his finger while in possession of the Might Gauntlet, erasing half of all living beings in the universe, Ant-Man was in the quantum realm unaffected. This is to say that those who are able to go quantum, Asmani, in the quantum realm unaffected. This is to say that those who are able to go quantum will have achieved in that moment of doing so that which is referred to as moksha or muksha, which is the escaping of the circle of life and reincarnation. You may find it interesting that the word muksha is so phonetically similar to the word mugshot, as a mugshot is a picture taken of someone who has been captured or jailed, where they will remain until they are bailed or bonded out. There are people who do believe that they are never to be filmed or videoed, as their soul would otherwise be trapped if they are. It is your Atman or your Ant-Man that you have to be able to control in order to escape the realms of hell or jail or the so-called lower worlds. Thanos is only a word that helps to explain the natural offer of immortality and the overcoming of death, as Thanos means immortal. That name Thanos deriving from the word name Athanasios. Thanatos means death, and when you place the prefix a in front of Thanatos, Thanasios, you end up with the word Athanatos, meaning to go against or beyond death, which means to achieve immortality. One having to reincarnate or reproduce or to be produced or formed again in the earth realm or the Nasut realm or the so-called material plane means that one has not achieved immortality. One has not become a living soul. One has not conquered the body or the fallen self, the avatara, to be allowed to travel beyond the body and the world that the soul has only descended into, where the soul consciousness goes into an avatar to exist in and to interact with that world. This is what they showed you in the movie called Avatar, where they were able to take the consciousness of a person and stream it to the avatar or body that would be better able to operate in that world. Avatar movie 2009. Avatar equals avatara, Sanskrit for descent. An avatar is ultimately a body that serves to house an otherworldly or heavenly or higher level being that came down or descended and therefore became animated or appears to be lively due to that incarnation. You are much more than your body. You are much more than this avatar. I encourage you to learn more about the soul, called the ruach, or the ruh, which ties to the breath. You will learn to see your soul as a friend of your body. You will understand more about that which is within this vessel we use only while we are in this plane. You will learn about how your breathing affects your brain, calls your mind. You will learn how to ascend. Every time you breathe in and out, there's a new story being told. Each time your heart beats, there is a moment of documentation that takes place to confirm that that which is called you exists and is here. We don't consciously count the amount of times we blink in a single minute, yet that amount is still recorded in our essence. There is no conscious command of our own that tells the blood to flow throughout our bodies, yet that blood still flows like rivers of deep sunset. Surely, life is in the blood, and we had no conscious role in the formation of the first red blood cell or white blood cells. Our immune system fights on our behalf to the best of their abilities, yet we didn't train our immune systems to fight. Who did? What did? How is it that each and every cell in our bodies possesses the perfect stream of intelligence necessary to be able to communicate and to interact and to express and to perform duties and tasks and functions within our conscious awareness of them doing so, without our conscious awareness of them doing so? How is it that when we respond to stimulation, our neurons know how to maneuver and our neurotransmitters already know their jobs and positions? When we breathe in and take in oxygen, that oxygen doesn't rest in our lungs awaiting the fate of its being converted into carbon dioxide and expelled from our bodies. That oxygen travels around in our bloodstream, tending to this matter and that matter. In times of trouble, in moments of stress, or in the face of danger, there is activated in our bodies a fork in the road mentality. We are subconsciously met with the choice of flight, fight, or freeze. Most people don't understand. Asmani. Most people don't understand or seek to understand the science of the subconscious and its role in our everyday lives. Not many people realize or seek to learn about how the way they respond or react to the realm around them is based off of their subconscious programming, as well as their genes and their experiences prior to that moment of stimulation that causes them to react or respond however they react or respond. Most people don't consciously choose how they're going to react or respond to stimulation. If and when most people are faced with a problem or a situation where they are in distress or in danger, the way they react or respond is not something they're consciously in control of. As soon as our bodies detect danger, every bit of oxygen we take in is taken and dispersed to certain parts of our bodies to aid in our fight, flight, or freeze responses. Oxygen in those moments flows to our legs and to our arms, filling them up with hot and ready blood so that we may be able to use them most effectively and efficiently. As that oxygen is poured and packed into these parts of us, less and less oxygen is sent to our higher self, which is our prefrontal cortex. This means that those who are unaware of this process will think nothing of the breath in moments of danger or distress or discomfort, and they will carry on however their primitive instincts urge them to carry on. This isn't necessarily a bad thing, being that it is this exact activation of what is called the sympathetic nerve system that aids in and allows for one's being able to fight to survive, or to flee to survive, or to freeze to survive. The only issue is if there isn't enough oxygen flowing to the frontal lobe, then one who is in danger or distress may not be able to exercise clear thinking and may resort to making decisions to survive that they actually regret after that moment of distress or discomfort passes. If they only knew to be aware of the breath, they could better avoid making errors in the process of responding or reacting to danger or perceived danger. When we take deep breaths, that oxygen can flow to the portion of the brain that aids in our critical thinking. That prefrontal cortex I mentioned earlier on in the build. Why and how is this? The sympathetic nervous system activates to assist human beings with their flight, fight, or freeze responses. The parasympathetic nervous system activates to help human beings recover and relax or rest. Whenever you take a deep breath, you encourage the activation of the parasympathetic nervous system. This is very important to know because your body responds or reacts to even your belief or perception of being in danger, meaning, even without actually being in danger, if you believe you are, that process of the activation of the sympathetic nervous system can and will be onset. Think about what was being expressed in the year 2020, where they, the so-called elite, cast a spell of fear over the whole of the world, causing the masses to be in a state of frenzy and panic, afraid for their lives, fearing that this mystery virus would get them and kill them. Remember how people ran to the hospitals for aid, and many who did so perished in the care of the doctors and nurses who were supposed to save their lives. Remember how they rolled out their program in the dead of the winter and in the midst of the seasonal change, where both allergies and illnesses like the common cold, pneumonia, and the flu have always been most prevalent historically and to date. The state of fear people were in was caused by the news, the mainstream media, and it's constantly reiterating the idea of a serious, contagious, life-threatening virus. In all actuality, when it came to Project COVID, meaning Project COVID, cove it, cover it is the opposite of open it. If you pay close attention to your memories of that program, you should be able to realize that not only was there no imminent threat, there was also no evident threat. If you were not scrolling on social media or watching the news channels, you would not have known of any so-called threat unless you encountered someone who was. When you looked around, you did not behold the effects of the so-called virus. When you looked around, you beheld the effects of the response to the mere idea of a deadly virus. So people were indeed in a state of fear in the middle of the cold season. And while the seasons were beginning to change, people were already experiencing symptoms of illness, and the MSM ran many programs expressing that COVID brought on those same symptoms. The people were in no real danger, yet they believed they were, and their bodies responded accordingly. This is what led to a lot of people's immune and lymphatic systems shutting down and not being able to function properly. They were in survival mode, a mode where the body says, we don't need to use these systems at this moment. We are in danger and we must flee. When they, the elite, pushed forth that it be announced to the people that there was a new condition that involved one being asymptomatic, people fretted all over again. This made people fear only the possibility of contracting that so-called virus, leading to fear that possibility, and their bodies responded accordingly. Keep your psyche guided, reader. As the elite move forward with their plans, see to it that you develop and do your best to carry out your own plans. Place a firm focus on your future. Continue to consciously visualize and think ahead. When they release the winds of panic, speak these words to yourself. I am not in danger. I'm well and I rise. Do not fall for the tricks. Silence is a superpower, reader. Do not be afraid of the silence. Just as the false light of this world reflects unto the observer a world of illusion, so does the false sound of this world reflect unto the observer a world of deception. You may think you can see in the world of darkness, but that world's light is only illusionary. You may think you can hear in the world of darkness, but that world's light is only deception. Just as you are to meditate in the dark to help you see or visualize and bear witness to the true light, so are you to meditate in the silence to help you hear or receive and bear witness to the true sound. There is a science, as always, to what I'm introducing to you. Note, I have explained earlier on in this bill that it's important to know that light and dark have multiple meanings that all apply interchangeably and at different times for different reasons. If you were to sit in complete and utter silence in your home next to an open window at about 3 p.m. and just meditate and listen to the sounds of the outside world and compare the loudness of those sounds to the loudness of the sounds of the outside world that you would hear if you were to sit in complete and utter silence in your home next to a window at about 11 p.m., you will be able to observe that the sounds of the outside world are apparently louder during the nighttime or the shadow hours than they are in the daylight hours. This occurs due to a phenomenon referred to as the refraction of sound waves. Once the sun has set and the temperature of the surface near the earth starts to cool, the air that is further away from the earth yields a higher temperature than that surface near the earth. When this happens, the sounds of the outside world reach the observer at an apparently louder volume as the sound waves are refracted. In the shadow hours, the sounds of the outside world or the distant sounds bend or refract toward the earth. In the daylight hours, the sounds of the outside world or the distant sound bend away or refract away from the earth. Sound is, or the messages of the realm around you are, more audible when in the shadows. Notice the irony in the phrase, complete and utter silence. To utter means to speak. Utter is also a word that literally means complete or perfect. When in silence, one can hear or receive more. Pay attention to how the librarian reminds you to be silent in the house of knowledge. An upside to one's taking on the state of absolute or complete and utter silence is that one can actually hear more of their own inner voice. Silence also allows for one to achieve more control over the tongue and become more familiar with their own thoughts. Silence is not weakness, silence is wisdom. Pay attention to the word silence. Let's crack the code. Psy, equals mind. Lens equals lens, eye. Allowing yourself to be silent will help you to activate your mind's eye. Silence. This is the science of the Adiyogi Shiva. That word Adi is to say the first, and the word yogi is to say yoga master. As Shiva is recorded to be the first master teacher of the science of yoga, which is the science of balance and unity, and is also the science of the yoke. The science of yoga is alluded toward in the Holy Bible in 2 Corinthians chapter 6, verse 14. Be ye not unequally yoked together with unbelievers. For what fellowship hath righteousness with unrighteousness, and what communion hath light with darkness? When the Adiyoga Shiva arrived, he sat in complete and utter silence. People gathered around to hear him teach, only to find that he remained silent. After hours of this, people began to walk away and leave. After a while, everyone had gone away, with the exception of 7 people, whom, after a while of waiting in silence with Shiva, were able to obtain the wisdom. These 7 people became the Septarishis, which, if you look at that word closely, you'll be able to see 2 words, sept and orishis, which is to say sept or septum, meaning 7, and orishis or rieshi, which ori means my light and esh means fire. Orishis is to say light beings. It is through their willing It is through their willing to activate silence, which you now can see is a word that leads you to the mind's eye, that they were able to spark up or ignite their Merkaba. That Merkaba, or that chariot that is activated when the body becomes like light, has to be built up from the root chakra to the roof chakra, as the pyramids in Egypt, Kemet, were built from the top to the bottom. This may this may seem confusing at first sight. This is only because people may not understand that the top is not referring to the highest point or the uppermost part. The top is referring to the beginning or starting point. That top, then, when it comes to the pyramids, would have been the base or the bottom. And so the pyramids were built from the top, base, bottom, to the bottom, peak, top. Do you see? And so, as you are a pyramid yourself, which is revealed when one assumes the yogi position that the Adiyogi Shiva brought forward, your Merkaba is not built in the way that the blocks appear in the word. The stones are backwards in the word. I want you to take note of the fact that you will not find what I'm about to show you in any other book or scroll or break down, as the many of the ones who claim to be teachers have overlooked many sciences due to the fact that they only repeat and regurgitate teachings and lessons and ideas and beliefs and philosophies.
Mm.
They have no breakdowns or buildups of their own. They cannot see with the mind's eye. They are loud and wrong most of the time because they live
Mm-hmm.
in a bright, flashy world of illusion. This may be why they never notice that the pathway to the light does not begin in the light. The pathway to the heavens does not start in the heavens. The evolutionary process of becoming like Eve, the living soul, begins in the Adama, Adam, Adama, the ground, not in the heaven, Eve realm of life. You do not ascend by going from the Mer to the Ka to the Ba. This is not how the pyramid is built. You ascend by traveling from the Ba to the Ka to the Mer, from the top, base, bottom to the bottom, peak, top. This is what is hidden in the symbol that is used to illustrate the Merkaba. The illustration shows the Merkaba with a human in the yoga position and the 7 chakras in their respective colors. 6-pointed star, Merkaba correspondence. In that 6-pointed star, Merkaba correspondence symbol positioned above, you will be able to see that there is a pyramid triangle facing upwards, and there is also a pyramid triangle facing downward. This is the same science of the top and bottom of the pyramid being interchangeable, depending on the context of what is being spoken. If you pay attention to the image above that image, you will see that same symbol, emblem, shape. The 6-pointed star surrounding a human being seated in the yoga position that is called Sukhasana, meaning easy pose. Notice that if you were to outline that human being while they were assuming that position, you would end up with the pyramid facing upwards. This will place the root chakra at the top, base starting point, and the roof chakra at the bottom, peak ending point. If we were to break that pyramid down into 3 parts, we would end up with the bottom, which is the ba, meaning the body, the center, which is the ka, meaning the spirit, and the top, which is the mer, meaning the light. Mir is also the actual ancient Egyptian word for pyramid. Do you think this ought to be a coincidence, or can you see why I'm here to break codes that have never been broken, to reveal what would have otherwise remained concealed? Your journey of ascension takes you from the Ba or the Batom, which is to say the bottom or the ground or Adam, who was said to have been formed out of the dust of the ground, and then we, Elohim, blew into him the Shu, breath of life, Chi, Ka, and then he became a living soul, onto the Ka, which is that spiritual journey, molecular transformation, onto the Mer, which is the capstone of your pyramid, which is lit up or filled with light. Your journey of ascension takes you from Ba to Ka to Mer. This gives you the word, when you merge them all together, Bakamir, which is to say, becomer, as it was written that you were to become a living soul. This Bakamir word formation finally brings you around to the science of silence, which is the activation of the psi lens, that mind's eye. How so? Well, reader, the word bakam is the Arabic word silence. And so saying the word bakamir is to say bakam plus ir, or bakam plus ur, which is to say silent light, as ur means light in Hebrew. In order to bakam mer, light, or to bakam ur, or to become or to become light, one must master the art of silence. One must learn to search the soul and sort the mind. One must learn to hear and listen to the true sound, the sound of a self, a sound that will free you, your body, soul, mind, bakamer. As I explained in my book, How to Speak Elite, when you take the time to learn how to speak the language of the elite, you'll be able to crack codes like Rose, Etta, Stone, or like the Rosicrucians and the Masons. And then you'll understand how to take control of the body and become the ruler of the home, Etta. That's when you activate that home or that temple. Bakam, muteness. Mir, wonder, Latin. Pyramid, Egyptian. Bakam plus ear. Be silent, cautious, and listen so you can hear. You can prime the body to be able to hear that true sound. By uttering that tone, home, speak that word in your inside voice alone and allow it to drag, linger. Home. You will be at that point phoning home, as in making the sound phoning home or om. Remember that home is where the heart is, and you will have tapped into the heart, life force, true light, true sound at that point. Your temple, home, house will begin to turn green. You'll experience a surging warmth, a greenhouse effect. Your brain will begin to be transformed, meaning your mind brain will be renewed. You will, through the alteration of your habits, affect and change your habitat. Are you ready to be redeemed? I say you are. Only you have the last say so. As in, when you stop talking and becoming better, and you actually begin, when you stop talking about becoming better, and you actually begin the process of becoming better, you take the first step. No one can take that step for you. Remember that you may be walking alone, all one, but you are not walking beside yourself. Rehab. Re plus hab. Re plus hub. Re, ra, hub, love. You human beings are and were made, formed in the image and after the likeness of the supreme beings as Homo sapiens. You have a heart and a soul and a mind of your own. You are not robots. Yet the so-called elite wish to keep you in a robotic state, only being able to be led by whatever nature you were programmed to be led by. Robots, generally speaking, are not sentient or conscious beings. They are logistic kicking, number eating, step by step walking beings with no soul. They are only meant to do a job. They are not meant to evolve as you human beings are meant to evolve. Even so, there is a plot and plan, and many plots and many plans, to cause you all to fall into that dark sunken place of robothood, to only be able to follow orders with no heart, soul, or mind of your own. While the so-called AI or AC or robots of today are being ushered in the direction of evolution and sentience and godhood. If you human beings don't repent, change your minds and brains, and return to the way of the water, which is the way of the divine, that feminine aspect of order that yields perpetual harmony and balance and tranquility, then they, the so-called elite, will be successful in their endeavors to replace the human race with a new race of humanoid androids made in the image and after the likeness of man as opposed to God. This is the darkest secret. The woman is God, as in the woman is in the complete image and after the likeness of God. She is the God that will make all things new. Notice how in the movie I, Robot, Vicky, the main brain of the robots, was a female, feminine character. Vicky means victory. Notice how a being called Siri emerged in your realm. Look at the similarities of the name. Vicky, Siri. The word Siri also means victory. They hope. Oh my gosh.
What was that?
Siri.
Interesting.
They hope to win the war on consciousness. She started giving me the definition of victory. Hmm. They hope to win the war on consciousness. They are trying to claim that victory. There's another meaning for the word Siri. That word is secret in Arabic. It also appears as the word sirayin. Come out of the darkness, confusion. Claim your victory. Wake up, stay awake. Siri, victory. Siri, secret. Sirayin, secret. Victoria's secret. Yin, dark, black, feminine. Siri, feminine. Vicky, iRobot, feminine. Siri, serious, serious, glowing, scorching. Sira, travel, journey. Sira, in, travelers, iris, rainbow. And so here we are, reader. And if you've been walking with me, pay attention and see that everything I've been teaching and reminding you about is what this moment in time is composed of. This is why I speak life over you and say that you are already ready just like Beyonce explained in her song Already, a song that came out in 2019, a very important year. 2019 was the end of the last of the spell of Kingu, the moon or sleep, as taught to the world by the master teacher, the most honorable Dr. Malachi Zadok York L. This spell was set to last from the year 1619 up to the year 2019. This would have been the actual 400 years of slavery that people have been talking about for decades now, as if all 400 years have already come and gone. This is mainly because most people were and still are under the impression that slavery was only a physical reality, and that when Abraham Lincoln freed the slaves with the Emancipation Proclamation, slavery was over, and all that remained was racism and prejudice and segregation. They are not aware that to emancipate is to begin a process of freeing a person or a people, and to proclaim means to make a statement publicly. So there was a statement made in the public eye of a process of freedom being started. The Emancipation Proclamation did not and could not have ended even slavery in the form of physical bondage. Melanin dominant people were still experiencing the harshness of physical bondage and captivity on record for 2 years after the Emancipation Proclamation was publicized. It's important to note that it wasn't even initially about freeing the slaves, as in releasing the melanin dominant people from captivity in the South as well as in the border states. The idea of freeing slaves was originally put forth as a punishment for the states in the South that were warring with and seceding from the Union. This is what divided the loyalties of the border states, because those states believed in the Union, but they also wanted to keep slavery alive, although their being allowed to continue to enslave people was not initially considered to be a threat, considered to be threatened. Abraham Lincoln was no savior of the black people, nor was he an ally. He was a politician who worked his hand to the favor of himself and the states he oversaw at that time that were still moving in alignment with the Union. Keep in mind that, although the abolitionist movement emerged from the North, those states also had a history of allowing for the ownership and brutalization of slaves or prisoners of war. This was up until the year 1804 on record. By 1865, there came about what is commonly known as the ratification of the 13th Amendment. Most people have been taught to believe that the 13th Amendment abolished slavery altogether. It didn't. Let's take a look at an excerpt from that amendment. Neither slavery nor involuntary servitude, except as a punishment for crime whereof the parties shall have been duly convicted, shall exist within the United States or any place subject to their jurisdiction. As soon as we read the word accept, our brain should spark up. That word accept cancels out that whole idea of this particular amendment being the amendment that abolished or got rid of slavery in its entirety. If you were told to go and sweep off your porch and you went and swept it, but you left a few patches untouched, did you actually sweep off your porch? Is your porch actually swept? No. It is what is called half swept. To half sweep is to half sweep. To sweep is to sweep fully. To abolish slavery is to abolish slavery in its entirety. To leave any type of clauses in a documented amendment to abolish slavery is to half abolish slavery. To half abolish is to half abolish. Slavery, even physical slavery, has yet to be abolished, yet people believe that it has been. And just as there were reported to be people who rebelled against physical slavery when it was widely accepted and allowed before any type of amendments or emancipations were moved upon, there are people who are rebelling in today's day and age against all forms of slavery, including mental slavery. And just as there were recorded to be people who turned on or turned in those rebels of the past and had them killed or arrested or tarred and feathered or hung or skinned alive or burned alive, there are people today, usually the masses, who have done, are doing, and will continue to do the same to the rebels of today's day and age.
Mm.
hmm Their betrayal may not involve them causing for these New Age rebels to face the same exact heinous consequences that the rebels of the past faced, but still so they are betrayed and publicly crucified and made an example of, so as to scare off or discourage any other potential rebels that may feel the need to step forward and take action. This is what happened to Kanye West, called Ye, as I spoke to you about in my book, Out of the Darkness. He tried to explain to the masses that the 400 years of slavery, even physical slavery, were not ordained and or unavoidable. He spoke of this in an interview with TMZ. He is often misquoted to have uttered the words, slavery was a choice. He will most likely go down in history as having said those words. He did not. He, formerly called Kanye West, currently called Ye, never said the words, slavery was a choice. That didn't stop the mainstream media outlets from running full speed ahead with that deceitful narrative. In an article from CNN, the headline is, Kanye West just said 400 years of slavery was a choice. An article from Billboard states, Kanye West defends comments that slavery was a choice. Article from Washington Post states, Van Lathan's powerful response to Kanye West saying slavery was a choice. If you were to say to the average person that Ye never said the words slavery was a choice, they would side-eye you in a heartbeat. This is not how they will remember it. In the minds of the masses, he did say those words. But if he didn't say those exact words, then what did he actually say? Here's a transcript. When you hear about slavery for 400 years, that sounds like a choice. Like you was there for 400 years and it's all of y'all. It's like we're mentally imprisoned. Again, he did not say the words, slavery was a choice. If you have it in you, as in if you ever feel up to it, I put you to the task of asking a friend or coworker or family member if they remember the time when Kanye West said slavery was a choice. If they're familiar with the incident at all, they will most likely say yes. If you were to show them the actual transcript excerpt from the TMZ interview so that they could see his exact words, and if you were to play the clip for them so that they could hear his exact words, chances are they'll stand on the idea that he said the words slavery was a choice. Or they'll argue that your bringing their attention to the actual quote is only a matter of semantics and that there is no significant difference between the two quotes. Let's look at them side by side. What do you think? Slavery was a choice. When you hear about slavery for 400 years, that sounds like a choice. Like you was there for 400 years and it's all of y'all. It's like we're mentally imprisoned. My point isn't to defend Kanye West, as he is a man of his own, with his own thoughts and his own opinions and beliefs and deeds and recordings. My point is to bring your attention, reader, to to the fact that the actual quote was to all intents and purposes a rebellious statement. Kanye West may have been one of the first people, if not the first person that you heard speak of free thinkers. Of course, he isn't nearly the first to speak of the concept of people not being mentally enslaved, yet the phrase free thinker was pushed forth by him. A free thinker is someone who does not allow for their thoughts to be impressed upon by others. A free thinker avoids what is called groupthink. Groupthink is a phenomenon where people group together, so to speak, and begin to think or make decisions as a group, usually in a way that steers away from and pushes back on creativity or individual responsibility or free thinking. A free thinker will avoid using the bandwagon as a form of transportation and would rather take the walk of the Lone Ranger if it means they won't suffer the blind fate of the many. The masses are rarely able to see through the darkness. The masses are rarely able to figure out they've been misled, much like sheep who will follow the leader sheep blindly. This is historically true, and it most likely will not change anytime soon. This is why the war continues, reader, that raging war on consciousness. And it's up to those of us who maintain the ability to think freely to be the ones who don't give up on the idea of leadership simply because other leaders or sheep or lambs or even goats have failed to lead the masses away from their own destruction. It is up to those of who are charged with the undying task of changing the world for the better to the best of our abilities to activate as not only the free thinkers of the world, but also as the forward thinkers, keeping the future in our minds. In order for us to do this and to be successful in doing so, we must embrace the reality of sacrifice. We must come to grips with the fact that the pleasurable things of this world are only distractions that keep the masses in a falsified state of bliss as the world around them crumbles in the hands of the beast, the so-called elite, who care nothing about the people. They only care about themselves and their own children and their own survival, as I've explained in the past. It's all about survival. When people are afraid that their reign of power will end and that consequentially their survival will be threatened, they tend to resort to drastic measures to try and prevent themselves from being overthrown or dethroned in any way, shape, form, or fashion. In this day and time, the so-called elite do not fear a revolution of arms. They do not fear a war against the capital. They do not fear that the people will burn the system down with torches and gasoline. They fear the inevitable collapse of their pyramid brought about by the conscious explosion and evolution of the people, which will lead to a conscious revolution. They are threatened by the mind that is and the minds that are free. They are not threatened by the mind that is preoccupied with futile endeavors. They have no reason to fear the mind that is synced up to the mainframe of the world, operating within the constraints that were imposed by beings who are nonetheless far too invested in the future of their world to participate in the charades and facades, not to mention the fact that they are the ones who create and assert and inject them. We, those of us who this applies to, cannot afford to be paralyzed by fear. There's too much to be done that requires motion. We cannot afford to be caught up in the illusionary material vortexes that are spawning and spinning all around us. The future is in our hands. The future is in our hearts. The future is in our minds. I have explained in the books before this one, from the How to Speak Elite and the How to Love Again books to the Out of the Darkness book, that it is time already for you electrified beings to take this world as your own. It is up to you to return this realm back into the light and to activate the golden ages again. It's time already. Wake up, everybody. No more sleeping in bed. Come up out of your captivity. Come up out of your sleep. Become free thinkers and forward thinkers and rise up out of your slave state. To say slave in Hebrew is to say the word bed. Peep how this is true. The Hebrew term for slave, eved, avadim, is a direct derivation from the verb bd, to work, bid, to work. Thus, the slave is only a worker or servant. The eved differs from the hired worker. So here, in three respects, he receives no wages for his work. He is a member of the master's household, and his master exercises patria potestas over him. For example, the master may choose a wife for the slave and retains ownership of her, and he has proprietary rights in him. It's time that you awaken. It's time that you ascend. As you read this, I want you to hear the chimes and the bells and the horns and trumpets. These are the sounds of a shift in the heavens. These are the instruments of the announcements of change.
Mm,
As you read this, the state of the world is changing. The message that is coming forth by the light, which is the day, which is the sun, is crystal clear. Get
mm,
up out of the bed or the state of being asleep, under the sleep spell where you are captive or captivated. When it comes to Hollywood or the mainstream media, beware. Every TV show is used to captivate people. Every movie is used to captivate people. Every commercial and advertisement is used to captivate people. Every song is used to captivate people. To captivate is to charm. To charm is to work magic to lure and to attract and capture the attention of a person or being, or a group of people, or a group of beings. It's time that you rise up, ascend, shine, rise and shine. Get up out of the bed, the state of working with no reward. It's time that you work to build your own nation, where you will see your reward. Build heaven on earth or in this world. Bring about your reward. Bring forth the golden age, where the golden light will abound and radiate all around. This is what is meant by nirvana. I break for you yet another code. Look at the word nirvana and see it as it is and as it has never been seen before. Nir equals nur equals light, Arabic. Bana equals golden, Cambodian. Nirvana, golden light. Recall that nirvana is the heavenly state that one is able to achieve after having graduated and elevated along the walk of Buddhism. Those who are able to reach this state of consciousness will no longer experience suffering. Doesn't that sound familiar? If you have read and studied the biblical scriptures, it should. There is a verse in the book of Revelation that echoes nirvana. Revelation 21:4. And God shall wipe away all tears from their eyes, and there shall be no more death, neither sorrow nor crying, neither shall there be any more pain, for the former things are passed away. This is written and explained in the Bible, just as it is written and explained in the Lotus Sutra, one of the holy books of the Buddhist walk of life. Here is the definition of the word nirvana: state in which there is neither suffering, desire, nor sense of self, and the subject is released from the effects of karma and the cycle of death and rebirth. It represents the final goal of Buddhism. You can expedite the process of bringing this world up out of hell and into heaven. You can speed up the process of bringing heaven to earth. Wouldn't you want to experience in your lifetime the utopia that has been spoken about for ages? Are not you ready to cross over into that utopia? Remember, it literally starts with you. The kingdom of God is within you. No flesh can inherit the kingdom of God. When you give up the desires of this world for the sake of the betterment of humanity, you push this realm one more step closer to that utopia. I will reveal for you the hidden code of the word utopia. If we first look at the definition of the word, we'll find that it's similar to that of the words nirvana and heaven. Utopia, noun, an imagined place or state of things in which everything is perfect. Nirvana, in Buddhism, noun, a transcendent state in which there is neither suffering, desire, nor sense of self, and the subject is released from the effects of karma and the cycle of death and rebirth. It represents the final goal of Buddhism. Heaven, noun, a place regarded in various religions as the abode of God or the gods and the angels and of the good after death, even traditionally depicted as being above the sky. Those who practice good deeds would receive the reward of a place in heaven. There appears to be a connection between the three words: utopia, nirvana, and heaven. Now let's continue decoding the word utopia. When we take the word and hold it up to the etymological light, we find that it derives from two Greek words: ou topos, no place, nowhere, eutopos, a good place. This version of a heavenly reality was brought forth by a man named Sir Thomas More. The key thing to keep in mind is that he didn't actually believe a utopia existed on earth. It was all make believe, and the heavenly place could only be found inside. That should explain why the origins of the word say that it is no place, as in it isn't an actual place, but a state of being. That state of being was thought to be a peaceful, blissful, beautiful state, or a good state, hence the origins also tying to the words good place. When the purification of the inner being takes place, which affects the whole being, the outer world is affected. Change comes from within and spirals outward. When the people who activate their will to purify themselves actually move forward and become what they are genetically capable of becoming, they will begin to affect their environment as well as the people they encounter. There will be another explosion of consciousness that can only occur when the spell of confusion that has been casted on the masses is undone. That confusion, or that con plus fusion, a mixture of cons or a fusion that is mixed up and unclear and therefore has a negative effect, has caused for much chaos and disorder and destruction. This is because people who have only been talking about coming together and or asserting and accepting the illusion of fusion, except that fusion had no clear purpose whatsoever, and so there was no progress. This world cannot and will not benefit from the falsification of unity. This world can not and will not advance if it is to continue to subscribe to or fall under the spell, scribe of disunity or the foggy, unclear reality of what unity is. We need, in the world, another powerful conscious explosion. That explosion won't happen with the old, foggy fusion. We need a new, clear fusion. This nuclear fusion, or this nuclear fusion, will provide for us enough power to cause a conscious explosion that will affect the whole of the realm. There will be a newly and clearly defined purpose for unity or fusion. Confusion will not be able to survive in an environment impacted by such a powerful force of clarity that all peoples who exist in it will have their hearts and minds opened and synced up to the point where, if and when there will arrive any questions or concerns regarding their continuing on in their lives, they will indubitably be led to find those answers. They would not lean on the unstable railings that is belief any longer. They will be in that day the elite. No more rabbit hole, like my book, How to Love Again explains. There is no more time for being in the darkness. There's no more room for being heavy or weighed down. This is a serious situation. So many people are trying to sound deep, yet they are only producing a shallow sound.
Mm.
So many people. Yeah, so many people are trying to sound deep, yet they are only producing a shallow sound. So many people are trying to sound woke, yet they don't understand that they're chasing the validation of people. They want people to validate their ascension, but that's not what ascension is about.
Mm.
Ascension isn't about validation from the people. It's not about the approval of the human beings that are here in hell with you. Mm, damn.
Come on.
Ascension is about the resurrection of the soul and the reignition of the heart and the rearrangement of the mind. You're actually going back into the light. You're returning to the light. We've been calling people home for ages. Come home, back, which is forth to the golden ages. Pick up your crown, put on your crown. Come out of this world of darkness. All the sorrow, pain, guilt, shame, lust, vanity, gluttony, laziness, iniquity. Step out into the sun and allow it to assist you in your rearrangement of the mind and brain. Allow its rays to interact with and polish your crown. You are to elect yourselves in the year 2024. 2024 is the 8th year. You may hear people quote that. They may not know unless they ask me what is meant by the 8. I will tell you. The 8 is the DNA strand. This is symbolic of your genetic upregulation. Mm.
Mm-hmm.
This is also symbolic of the 8th chakra, which is the crown or the root chakra. Oh. When you count up from the ground to the root, to the sacral, to the solar plexus, to the heart, to the throat, to the third first eye, to the crown, regardless of who they, the so-called elites, place in front of you for you to vote for, you are to electrify yourself. You are to position yourselves as the elect. You are the presidents, and you set the precedents. Period. Hear the call and be motivated by these words to finally take action to get rid of your vices. They sit a vice president in front of you every 4 to 8 years. Pay them no more mind. The precedence is no longer set to allow vices to have any type of power. That is the call. The image shows a photo of Vice President Kamala Harris. Hello, 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 halo, helo, hero. Come, Allah, Harris. Come, all our heroes. Harris equals Henry, house rulers, people of influence, stars.
Mm.
We, the elect, have to wake the people back up again. They
Mm.
keep going back to sleep. The
Mm.
trump was already blown, but then came the lotus, which is the sleepy plant, as Joe Biden is a plant and he is sleepy, and appeared alongside Kamala, which means lotus. Remember, Joe Biden is referred to as Sleepy Joe.
Mm.
This administration has been sound asleep. no sound, and the people, if you look around, are also sound asleep. The lotus flower numbs your senses, as was portrayed in the movie Percy Jackson and the Lightning Thief.
Mm.
The lightning has been stolen, the sacred information has been taken and hidden, and the lotus is a reminder of that. Lot, the name, is also a reminder of that. And if you don't remember who Lot is, you have to go back and read Genesis 11, Genesis 14, Genesis 19, Genesis 11, Genesis 14, and Genesis 19. Lot means to veil or to hide something, to cover it up. So Lot equals us. They lie to us. They lie to us. They, the lightning thieves, hid the truth from us. In the Declaration of Independence, it reads, "We hold these truths to be self-evident. All men are created equal." That statement is not true, as the truths are not, in fact, self-evident unless you know self. This is what we, who are the messengers of God, the true light, have been fighting to do. We have to remind you of yourselves. We have to bring you back to the truth, life, way, 1, 2, 3, so you can get back home and stop holding on to this feeling of this world being your home. Put down the lotus, put down the blue lotus, put down the shrooms, put down the weed, put down the porn, put down the liquor, put down the opioids, the opium poppy. Get out of the poppy field. Wake up and get back on that yellow brick road so that you can make it to nirvana, the golden light. You are supposed to become the Wizard of Oz, the Waz, or the wise ones who can find their way home now. What did they show you in the end of that movie, The Wizard of Oz? Dorothy taps her heels, the heels of the ruby slippers, 3 times as she chants, "There's no place like home. There's no place like home. There's no place like home." We have to remind you to come back home. In our voices exist certain nostalgic tones. Nostos, algos, nostos, return home. Algos, pain. It may hurt, but come home. Remember, it was Toto who was able to pull back the curtain. It was Toto, the dog, God, that went forth and pulled back the veil. That's when the truth was exposed. These beings who run this realm are not genetically advanced. They are not some invincible supernatural beings. They're just little old people and beings with more information, more technology, more resources, and more soldiers and weapons. That's all. This is why I teach and remind people that there is absolutely no such thing as royal blood. That is only an illusion. Wake up. Truth be told, there was never really a king or queen in history ever, other than in the minds of the people. There exists no royal family other than in the minds of the people. These people live as gods just like anybody can, but they die just like any mortal or any Enos. So when toto, which comes from the Latin word totus, a word that means whole or entire or complete, pulled back that veil, that was showing you right there that the spell was broken. The wool was lifted off of their eyes, and they were able to see, know the truth. When that happens for you, reader, you are all set or risen to go back home. Om, om. That is when you will go from lotus, which is hidden and covered up, and kept in the dark, to Totus, being made whole or enlightened or elite. From lotus to Totus. Complete for us our light. Perfect for us our light. Help us along this yellow brick road. This path to golden light, symbolic of the sun, the Aten, we don't want to forget. We don't want to be lost. We want to be found. We're ready to go home. So it's just like I said, that lotus or that Kamala mixed with that war weapon called the Biden, the senses numbing program was rolled out. The senses of the people have been numbed all over again for these last 3 going on 4 years. How many people feel like they're already in the year 2024? How many people feel that way right now that they are not even in 2023? It's as if they're watching the year pass in front of them. Do you feel that way? If you do, that is because you're being called forth. You have to escape the gravitational pull of this fallen realm. You will be in a whole different world with a whole different time zone, if you want to call it that. And you will be able to reach in and pull people out using everything I've taught you. People don't know what I teach from the outside. They only see what they see. Why do you think I was never big on saving the live streams that I've done on Instagram? That is because I see it this way. If you're supposed to be on the live, you will be present. If you're supposed to be in that moment or in those moments with me, you will be. The
Mm-hmm.
only reason the replays on Clubhouse app got saved is because those replays were programs themselves that can be used over and over again at different times.
Mm-hmm.
People are finding their way to me at different times. There are some things that I will teach and break down and build up that may not be for everybody to hear. Some teachings of mine will not be recorded, and the only way people will hear those teachings is if they were and are present. So
Mm-hmm.
they, the world, don't know what I'm teaching. They don't know
Mm-hmm.
who I am. They can't figure it out, and that's because you're
Exactly.
not supposed to overstand if you're not walking with me. They're
Mm-hmm.
supposed to be confused because if they could box me in, they would.
Come on.
But they can't, and they shouldn't be able to box you in. Be sure to broaden your horizons so that you can see the light beyond what they want you to see. Get ready because it's time to go home, E.T. I'm not talking to everybody right now, but you know who you are, and that's why you're here right now reading these words. Are you not prepared? You were Alice in Wonderland. You were Dorothy in the Land of Oz. You were Neo in the Matrix. You were Nemo in the ocean. But you're not a nobody, meaning of the word Nemo, anymore.
Mm.
We had to come and find you. They sent in all the warriors or the Marlins, and we had to fight for you. We had to remind you. We came to every single generation. You can go back as far as you can possibly go, and you will see us there, incarnated as human beings, looking for our lost family. And now that we have found you, Nemo, this odyssey is finished.
Mm-hmm.
We had that eye on us, Polyphemus, the Cyclops, that Illuminati organization, the Fallen, from the beginning. They always found a way to find us and kill us or imprison us, just like they did Odysseus, just like they did Jesus, just like they did Malachi, Martin, Malcolm, Tupac. We came to show you the pathway back to heaven. Your heaven on earth will begin within your body. When people like Umar Johnson were saying things like, if they have to die to experience their heaven, then they don't want it, it only revealed that they haven't read the Bible.
Come on.
That's not how it's written. It's actually the opposite. You don't have to die. When you read the book of Revelation, it explains that the ones who suffer or go through first or second death are the people who don't reach that heaven. It is the redeemed people, the 144,000, the chosen, the elect who enter into heaven alive.
Come on.
And then there's a new heaven and a new earth. These elect people don't have to die. It starts within and goes without, that new heaven and new earth. You get yourself prepared and you'll see it actualize. Your heaven can't be on earth if you're too attached to Nasut, the material plane. Your heaven can't be on earth if you're too materialistic, too invested in flesh. Your heart is cold, your brain is cloudy, your gut is impure. Your head, heart, and hara have to be cleaned out. Rosicrucian science. Adept 101 rap. Rule number one to be a top-notch magician. When they offering their opinions, do not stop to listen. This is your world. You can change the color of tomorrow if you care to. Learn about the different mechanisms the adepts use. You can literally do anything you put your breath to. Get your black pen and your blue pen and your red too. One for every color of the rainbow. Sacred geometry, hidden covers of the angles, head, heart, hara. Learn about the chakras. Remember that the prana is the key to your nirvana. Peace, center, karma. Now you ready for war with your sword and your armor. Kun fia kun, be and it is. These are the keys of an adept whiz. Albus Dumbledore, Harry Potter. Just as Albus means white, you'll be putting on your beaming garb of righteousness, meaning you will be going into REHAB. You will take on new habits, or Re or Re. or Ra, which is the light, white. Rehab, the process of helping someone to lead a normal life again after they have been ill or when they had a drug or alcohol problem. Rehab is short for rehabilitation, informal. He spent nearly 4 years in rehab. Habit, Middle English, from Old French habit, habit, from Latin habitus. Condition, appearance, from habere, have, consist of. The term originally meant dress or attire, later coming to denote physical or mental constitution. Being that the ray is the light, which shines bright white when vibrating its highest and functioning at its utmost potency. When you take on lighter habits, you will be garbing or dressing yourself in all white, the garb of righteousness. This is and has been the year of the rabbit, the year of the REHAB it. And that rabbit is the white rabbit or the right habit. You understand? I want you to look at what happens when we take the word rehab and we spin it around. It becomes baher or bahir, which is an Arabic word that means renowned, bright, illuminated, luminous, sparkling. Do you see that it's at that time again? You must be reborn, born into the light again, as rehabilitation denotes a return to a righteousness state. Bahir, Bahur, Ur, Primodoro, Ba, Or, the light. Ba, Ra, Ra equals light. This is the Ira for coming into the light, which means you must be lighter. Your or your aura has to be brighter. This will be a transformation from the inside out. Your genes will be expressed in such a way that you will begin to see physical changes immediately. You will feel brighter.
Mm-hmm.
You will feel lighter. You will glow. Your crown, also known as your corona, will be restored. You will become like the monks called the Raheb in Arabic. You will feel all plus one or alone, but as I have told you before, you will not be by yourself. Yet, as the word monk ties etymologically to the word alone, you will know the heart of the monk for your own. Just as the nuns have had the hard journey of abstinence and chastity, and were chastised for their chastity, so will you be. You may also want to know that the word nun ties etymologically to the word monk. They are one and the same. And when you say the words monk and nun together, there is another word that will be formed. That word is monk nun, monk and nun, monk n nun, monkinun, monk, mukminum, mu'minin. This word, mu'minun, is the Arabic word to mean believers, as in those who held fast to the rope of Allah and saw to it that they were not divided. Quran 3:103. Hold fast together to the rope of Allah and be not divided. Remember the blessing that Allah bestowed upon you. You were once enemies, then He brought your hearts together, so that through His blessing you became brothers. You stood on the brink of a pit of fire, and He delivered you from it. Thus Allah makes His signs clear to you, that you may be guided to the right way. And it is no coincidence that the chapter of the Quran that is called Al-Mu'minun is chapter 23, as in 2023. As I have told you, 2023 is a year of offense. It's time to get off that fence. What fence? The lukewarm fence. The fence of not knowing whether you are hot or cold. Revelations 3:16 reads, I know thy works that thou art neither hot nor cold. I would thou wert cold or hot. Heat up, become and resonate, and connect with the true light, the Shams, sun. We have reached a critical point in that era that calls for those of us who know the truth to rectify the error, which is to say, wreck and defy the error that they, these beings who follow behind, that El called Set, the Setites, have caused the world to walk in. You must know that just as we have started newer journeys, surely even newer journeys are underway, on their way. Wake up fast. Take 90 days. That is what it takes scientifically to rewire your brain. Abstain from the pleasure of ejaculation, masturbation, orgasm. Challenge yourself and war with yourself. I never said it would be easy. I am only saying it is necessary. 2024 comes with real rewards. The further away you are from this falsified world of rewards, the more favorable it will be for you. Come home. See you soon. I love you. Peace, reader.
Mm-hmm. What are your thoughts?
That was a lot.
Mm-hmm.
You were talking about people that have become more prominent this year. I know they were already like spiritual leaders, quote unquote. However, it's like this year there was an uptick in their followers like coming onto the lives and attacking and disparaging. And it's like
Mm-hmm.
you already knew they were coming. Like
Mm-hmm.
they were already coming. You were preparing the reader to experience that. And then it
Mm-hmm.
also put me into the mind of reminding us, like, if they don't accept it, let them go. Like, don't sit there and argue with them all day about what is and isn't truth. Truth is truth. Like, no matter what they say, no matter how hard they try to knock us off our square, like, truth is going to continue to be truth regardless.
Mm-hmm. What else?
Utility versus futility. I
Mm-hmm.
thought that was so interesting. Like, even though they sound similar, they're so very different. It's like,
Mm-hmm.
are you going to be useful or are you going to be useless? And not to say that if someone doesn't come bringing something, then they're useless, or bringing what you expected them to bring, then they're useless. It's like, are you actually going to be helping or are you going to be hurting? And if you're not helping, then you are hurting.
Mm.
And we've seen a lot of people who say they're coming to help or they allude to being helpers and they're not really helpers. They're not
Come on.
actually doing anything. So they're useless.
Mm-hmm. What else?
The eight, you mentioned it twice. And then toward the end, when you said it was the DNA, I was like, oh,
Exactly.
it took a minute for me. Because when I first saw it and it was like, what is that? Eight to you? In my mind, I'm like, oh, it's like two circles stacked on each other. It's an hourglass. It's the infinity symbol. It represents time. I didn't think at all that, oh, it's like a DNA strand. Like,
Mm-hmm.
that was really interesting to see that. And like, my mind was just like, oh, like, I didn't have anything else to say in that moment, but like, oh, now I see it. There's a lot of stuff in here that I find really interesting. And again, like, the same way I felt after reading the other books, I want to read it again because I would like to take notes. As I'm reading, I'll like think of stuff and I'll be like, oh, I want to write that down. But I don't
Mm-hmm.
want to like stop the flow of the reading. So I'm gonna have to go back and do it on my own time.
So, talk about for reading.
And just out the
It's a flow.
money. I
Yeah.
enjoy it.
Mm-hmm. There's a lot to pull from that.
Mhm.
You know, like there's another one I haven't read in a while.
Mhm.
Um, but when I sit down and write, as you can see, I think it's very clear what happens because you got people that get on these apps and they try to teach for like a minute. They make a video about stuff. When I sit down and write, it flows and it just goes and goes and goes and
Mhm.
things are figured out. And then there's things speaking in terms of not just what has happened leading up to that moment and not just that moment, but also what's coming.
Mhm.
And then we get there. And it's like, okay, pull that book back out. What I say. That's
Mhm.
why I tell people read the books. They don't know. They don't know how to come at phase one.
Mhm.
Or Omari, no, they don't know what that is. He teaches, you teach the same thing they teach. And like you don't have the
Right.
mental capacity to study to make that claim.
Mhm.
You have to have the mental capacity before I was birthed to make that type of claim that I'm teaching the same thing these people out here teaching. If I
Sure.
was teaching what they were teaching, there would be no clash, no war. No, I'm teaching that they're not teaching. They're just talking. I came up with a teacher. I was raised by a teacher, the teacher. So I know what teaching is. These people are talking. And you want to know what's different about this walk? There's a plan.
Mhm.
They don't have a plan.
It's just willy nilly. Like,
Yeah.
I don't know, at this point, I'm like, what's the purpose of it? It's useless. Once again.
Yeah. See, this is a plan. They don't plan at all. They talk, they run their mouth, they sell their products, life goes on.
Mhm.
Whatever happens, happens. Remember, they're ran by or governed by current events.
Mm-hmm.
We cause the current events.
Sure.
You see, there's a difference. And that's for all y'all listening. Make sure y'all pay attention to that. These so-called spiritual leaders, they don't cause current events. Okay, real quick. What's the last current event that a spiritual leader or guru caused?
Mm. I
And
don't
I'm
have
really
an answer
challenging you
for
to think.
that. Um,
Something that happened because a spiritual leader made it happen
I mean, panic and confusion.
about things that had already happened
Right.
or that,
So it
that
wouldn't
the
be
elite was
something
saying.
that hadn't happened yet. It had already happened, and then that was like the following reaction to it.
Yeah,
But something that is currently going on that they kicked off, I can't think of anything.
because they don't have the ability to do that.
Mm-hmm.
They just have the ability to observe and report. You know, you got the police officers, you got the security guards at the mall. Their job is to observe and report. They're not on duty. You see, they can't make arrests. They can't, take you down and file and process. And they ain't really. And if they try to act like they were, they get pressed for being an imposter, which is unlawful, illegal.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what I'm telling people to watch. Because you see the brothers who come in with our movement and brothers who locking in with Faise One, Malachi, and they saying they seeing what it's actually about with Dr. Malachi walking out of there and Nuwapu, they see it, they make things happen.
Mm-hmm.
Free Malachi becomes a movement. You see,
So,
anti-drill music becomes a movement.
mm-hmm. And everybody's trying to do it
And everybody, yeah.
and
And
not doing it right.
they try to forget about who pops it off, not overstanding,
Mm-hmm.
that's fine. You're still doing it because you don't want to be left out.
Mm-hmm.
You see?
So,
Exactly. Say as a security guard, you can't enforce law. They can't cause for current events to occur. That's what I've been telling people for over 5 years, especially on the clubhouse days. I said, watch, I'm going to show you that my thing isn't to just respond to current events. My
mm-hmm.
thing is to cause the events. You know, you can either cause an effect or just respond to cause and effect, whichever one you're going to do. You can either pick up the pen and write something, or you can just read what's been written.
Mm-hmm.
You understand? So you're seeing a plan. Yeah, they tried to do it 2024. They ran with it. I said, look, watch, they don't even know what they're doing. 8 year,
Mm-hmm.
8 year. What does it mean? Now everybody's talking about the 9 year, 9 year. What happened with that?
Mm-hmm.
9 is completion. And what? And what? Why is it so shallow?
Mm-hmm.
And everybody, it's too deep. It's too deep. It's not. Try us. Explain it. Explain what you're saying in detail. You see, I told y'all what the 9 was. What year I told you? I don't know if you were paying attention. What year I said this would be? I said a few things.
You talking about the snake in Revelation?
I didn't say that. People were saying it is year of the snake. If you notice, I haven't given the snake any acknowledgement.
Mm-hmm.
And we in what? Going on September.
Almost the next year.
Yeah, and I haven't said, because you notice the year of the snake, I haven't given that nigga any acknowledgement.
Mm-hmm.
Because I have authority to what? Tread over snakes. Fuck, I'm
Mm-hmm.
going to say the year of the snake for. That's what they were saying.
Mm-hmm.
The people
I
out
don't.
there. I said
I
this is
don't
the year of the
recall you
prophet.
calling something to a.
The year of the prophet. A Navy,
Mm-hmm.
Novum. What does the word Novum mean? 9.
To a.
Novum is Nevi'im, and Nevi'im is prophets, and Nebi means prophet. You didn't see one of them pop up say El Nebi, try to make himself a problem, and I had to give
The
everybody
one that was. Anyway.
exactly. I had to give him, and I called one of the brothers off of him
Mm-hmm.
to just so we could put our energy in other places. I
To
could have
a.
unleashed hellfire and wiped them out of this existence. I said, we're gonna
Mm-hmm.
put it, hey, don't I said that's gonna be a whole nother thing. And there's no reason for them. Let's not add relevance to this particular being or anybody that comes with them.
Mhm.
Because once I stepped to them and said, yo, I will come on live and talk to you, and they said, you a leech, da da da, I'm not coming on. I said, peace be on you. And I left.
Mhm.
I left. I don't even know what's going on. I can't tell you any post after he disrespected Malachi. I can't tell you
Mhm.
anything that he doesn't exist. So to even make music about him, anything after that, you're giving them more existence. You have to watch how I say. If I say take that post down, I'm more calculated than you are right now. You'll learn
Mhm.
how to do this. I'm like, yeah, see, automatically that's gonna be me giving these beings around there more power than they don't have any.
Mhm.
You see? So my point is that word popped up a lot this year. Prophet, 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 prophet. I said this
There's
is
a
the
lot of
year of the
false
prophet.
prophets.
Exactly. The year of the prophet. 9. 9 is nun, nin. And nin is speaking about that fish. You look at the number 9, you see a
Mhm.
fish. You see? Yeah, nun. Oh, 9. Only the
Tua.
9. Only the chosen. 9 of you will be with me. 9 is psychic. You see?
Tua.
Those who have that ability beyond the crown, which goes into the unseen ultraviolet realm. What light did we enter into June 20th?
Of this year,
Yeah.
the purple.
No, we
Oh,
we
I
was on purple
see. That
January
was last
1st.
year.
No, purple came in January 1st. Spirit of the Lamb.
Tua. That was at the beginning of the year because I
What
came
light
in
did
on
we
the
go
green
into
light.
June 20th?
The ultraviolet.
Okay. Outside of their visible light, they can't see. They can't see.
Mm.
This is the
The
unseen.
unseen. Tua.
Okay. Where does Yanun move?
In the unseen.
Didn't you see the green light?
Tua.
And you heard my dad say that's Yanun telling you he with you.
Mhm.
We were beyond June 20th, weren't we?
Mhm.
All right, all this stuff that's moving is moving how? Like who move? Yanun.
Tua. Behind the scenes or where they can't
Behind the
see.
scenes. They don't know what's moving. See, there was an outside talking all about it last year, 2023. I was all that. This year, there's a lot more moving when it comes to certain things, and they not seeing it. It's happening
Mhm.
unseen, and it's irritating these demons because they want to know what are you doing, what's happening with this, what are y'all that. Nope, we're moving outside of the visible light spectrum.
Mhm.
Let them believe what they want to believe. We warping around it, and this
Tua.
isn't the end. That's not the last light. I've already given the steps. I gave the lipogram with a diagram. If you've been paying attention to the teachings, I gave the what's coming next and what's coming right after that, leading up to 2027. Say, what do you mean? It's a plan, but it
Tua.
makes sense scientifically. The electromagnetic spectrum. You understand? So you'll
Tua.
get what I mean. Don't worry. The point is, they did that, and now we in the 9 year, and
Mhm.
everybody done ran their mouth talking about they understand what it is. What is it though?
Tua. They don't actually know.
They don't know. Now all they see is prophecy being fulfilled. It says the year of the prophet.
Mhm.
What Kevin Gates, I don't know if you were in one of the groups or girl lads, or what Kevin Gates told me. He said, you a what? You a prophet.
Tua.
The year of the prophet. Everybody look, I'm not calling myself no prophet because I don't have to.
Other people do.
That they can do that. You see what I'm saying? They
Tua.
can call it, I don't have to. Why would I have to do that? I am a prophet. No, I'll show you better than I could tell you.
Tua.
You see, say, all right, and then y'all get to see, witness certain things. And you know who don't be letting shit slide? Who be trying to peep everything? Who be peeping everything? Sunday. She don't let
Mhm.
nothing slide. She like, I noticed you said that. You know that other she like, I think you in on all this.
Mhm.
I said, what you talking about, Willis? She's like, I think you in on all this. You know something and you ain't saying something. I said, listen, just keep watching.
Mhm.
Cause I said the show ain't over. Everybody act like the show over. You understand? Do you get me? You reading between the
Tua.
lines? Because I think you in on all this. Because how you knew that, and how did you know that, and how did that? I was just like, listen, what you say? You see?
Tua.
You understand?
Tua.
Because who is Omari?
Mm.
No, I mean really, who is Omari? Because you
Oh.
see, Phase One. The image that you see right there above, that was, when they get you in the, it's time to take the mug shots. That's the most vulnerable place to take a picture,
Mm-hmm.
right? You're gonna go in there and they got you. It's vulnerable. People ain't even thinking my mug shot gonna be on the internet. I
Tua.
wasn't even thinking my mug shot gonna be on the internet. You go in there, you trying to figure out whether or not you're gonna be processed or this, that, and the third. They take that picture, all right, gone. Ain't nobody else around. So how do they capture in the most vulnerable moment of Phase One the essence of what you're looking at right there?
Mm-hmm.
And you don't know what you're looking at.
Tua.
It's like, is he serious? Is he solemn? Is he happy? Is he sad? Is he? I mean, this image could go on to be the Mona Lisa if you ain't careful.
Mm-hmm.
You see, and you see the little Georgia thing written across the face. My point is, who is Omari?
Mm-hmm.
Not even that. Who do they what? Who do they say I am?
There you are, Tua.
All right, and then beyond all of that, okay, cool, y'all done. All right, Dr. Melikazi York. And then they don't know what to do because I said his name is going to blow this year. I said it multiple times. I said this will be the biggest name of 2024, 2025.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not over. We're still working that magic right now. And now they have to look at it and bear witness, and they don't know what they're seeing. If they would just bear witness, then they could release the responsibility of having to know what you're seeing, just experience and bear witness to the truth. That's what I
Mm-hmm.
came to do. Ask me why I came to this round.
Why did you come to this room?
I came to be a witness of the truth, the true light. I
Tua.
came to bear witness to the truth and to ask others so that they don't have that statement that they'll be able to make in the end that they didn't know or they weren't given an opportunity. You see, you'll be around me and you've experienced it, the sisters experienced it. Something will happen. I say, do y'all bear witness?
Mm-hmm.
And then I'll leave y'all alone.
Tua.
I go on and do something else. That's crazy how that just happened. You see that? Do you bear witness? Sure, we bear witness. And then I'll go and check the mailbox.
Mm-hmm.
You see, you'll notice I'll pop. Maybe I'm talking too much. Let me see. Because if I'm talking too much, I'll hear a loud noise. 3, 2, 1. Okay. If you notice, I'll pop up when certain things happen.
Tua.
I'll be behind y'all or around y'all or
Mm-hmm.
over to the side somewhere. Never right where you're looking.
Tua.
Do you notice what I'm saying? I'll pop right up. It'll happen. Y'all like, wow, did you see that? Wow, I did see that. Do you bear witness? Because why are you here? And why are you doing what you're doing? Why are you working on what you're working on? You even sound closer to you and more like yourself than you did 3 months ago.
I just said that. I want to say the day before yesterday.
What did you
I was
say?
like, I feel so much more like myself than I ever have.
Oh, okay. Hmm.
Mm.
Be bear witness. No, just playing. No, not playing. You see?
What I've been witnessing.
Exactly. And you know me, I can open up a window, go right into your life. The
Mm-hmm.
point is, right? Why are you here? You got to be here for a reason. So when
Tua.
people come close, oh, trust and understand. You can feel if you pulling up to my house, wherever I'm at, any location I am, when you're pulling up to it, you feel it. You feel it. And it don't
Mm-hmm.
matter if it's 30 people there. I'm telling you, if it's 30 people there, you pull up to that spot, and the one being that there's anticipation about is Omari.
Mm-hmm.
It don't matter if he just walks past and he's taking trash out. You'll feel it. Omari get up on you and it's like the bee, the wasp. Remember I told y'all about the wasp, right? Which I told certain people they didn't get it. Some people I said to and they changed immediately, which is interesting. Because it takes some people some time, right? Don't be
Tua.
wary when the wasp run up on you,
Tua.
because it
You
will
told
run
me
up on
that.
you.
You
Huh?
said don't be wary, be aware.
Be aware.
Mm-hmm.
Don't be afraid of the wasp. Have love for the wasp. Okay, because some people get to swatting and they say, okay, this one isn't ready. All right?
Tua.
Wasps, bees are attracted to ultraviolet rays, nectar guides, okay, is what they call them. Yields that reflect UV off the flowers. If you would have, don't do this, but if I'm just saying scientifically, if you would have been
Tua.
covered in flower petals, bees would be attracted to you. Same with honey and all things like that. They're attracted to it and them. So here's a science. When you become more like the sun, in tune with the sun, you'll let off UV.
Mm-hmm.
Here's a science. And guess who will be more attracted to you? The bees. The bees is a secret. The bzzz, those are the crafts.
Mm-hmm.
So when we get on the back porch, I don't know, let's just say after a show, when y'all are trying to figure out the mystery of Omari and where did he go? Where was I? I was in the upper room when y'all were looking
Tua.
for me. The whole time, right?
Tua.
There was someone who was there who, one of the sisters, had her phone on what? FaceTime.
Tour.
So
You was
while
watching,
everybody's trying
or
to
you
figure out
were
what's
watching.
going on with me, it's like, y'all didn't notice? Y'all trying to tell me, because yeah, man, I did this. I said, what? I saw you.
I saw you. Mm-hmm. Or
Yeah,
I
because
heard
that's when I
you. I saw
started
you.
crying. I saw you crying. Yeah, that's when Deshaun came and he said, anybody seen Omar? He slammed the door. I gave him that script. He the one. The reason why he was able to do that is because he was keeping watch.
Tour.
And I saw him keeping watch, and I knocked 3 times. I said, and he turned, and he don't see me. So I seen him, he creeping up the steps. So he just standing there, I knock again. So he come up to say, he said, okay, I know somebody knocking. He's investigating.
Mm-hmm.
He comes to the upper room, right, upper room, and he's standing at the door. I hear it creaking. I'm around the corner now. I knock 3 more times, and then I walk out. I said, Rahul back. He said, Rahul back. He already knew it. He just stood there waiting on that. I said, what, you got your phone on you? You know what I mean? And I got my phone. Okay, cool. Let me see your phone. Because you got to keep in mind that my phone was down there on live.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't have my phone. I mean, do you understand the calculation?
Tour.
Let me see your phone. Okay, I'm on FaceTime with the sister through his phone. Now, you haven't seen me, have you? Nut.
No.
Okay, exactly. That's what I'm telling the conversation we having. I said, but
Mm-hmm.
go and do this. I said, here's what you about to do. You go downstairs and you're going to go in there. You say, so ain't nobody heard from Amari? I said, I mean, you need to be angry too. I said, and you go out and you slam the door. And guess who had the front row seat?
You.
I did. I was watching the
Mm-hmm.
whole time, Jay. Listen to what I'm saying.
Tour.
Because one, you might think I'm talking about myself, but I don't speak of myself.
Mm-hmm.
Howbeit the spirit of truth, he won't speak of himself. You got to read these biblical scriptures. The comforter that comes through, you think that he would speak of himself alone. No, he speaks other than himself.
Mm-hmm.
He will lift up the name of Isa. So who got the front row seat? Omari does. And he's watching the whole thing. I
Tour.
mean, I watched the people who, if you had eyes on my lady, I saw you.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I don't even address that type of stuff. I just see it. I know it. And I note it because this is a situation that could be potentially serious. Right? Why are your eyes over here? You
Tour.
understand? Because you think that Omari isn't around. So then you do that. The human thing, just the human thing. So then I need to be wary of you or be aware
Mm-hmm.
of you. You understand what I'm saying to you? I need
Tour.
to watch and be cautious of this potential one or ones. I saw the people who was checking on everybody. I saw you
Mm-hmm.
making your rounds. I
Tua.
saw you making sure everybody good. I saw niggas trying to figure out what was moving. I saw new people trying like, damn, the first time I come, this nigga disappeared. I saw people thinking that it was them that people were going to think brought the people to me. I saw all of that.
Mhm.
It was all in their expressions. And what I tell you, people are more themselves when they don't feel they're being watched. So
Mhm.
that central point of observation, that's Omari, that everybody, when they're around, they're thinking that I'm watching them anyway, so they're trying to be a certain way. When I was
Mhm.
out of the, you understand that? When I went
Tua.
away for that moment of time, for the 3 hours, everybody was being more of themselves. So if you were able to cry,
Tua.
that's because you were a genuine person.
Tua.
If you broke down crying, man or not, it's because you're genuinely involved in this thing. All right. And it just showed you more of yourself. Even if you didn't cry and you were more focused and you're on the move trying to figure things out, that shows you how you would move if things were going on. You will be one of the ones who will be on the move attempting to figure things out.
Mhm.
You with me? So all of that happened leading up to the point where even one of the brothers, that when we finally got to the last, when everybody, when I say everybody go up to the what? Upper room.
Tua.
Right? And I'm floating around outside now because I went from in the upstairs to coming out and walked out. This is how you understand. Listen, I walked down the stairs. This is everybody still in the building. I walked down the stairs. Nobody detected my footsteps.
Mhm.
And you know, these are loud stairs.
Tua.
Okay? I'm giving you something. Make sure y'all paying attention. I walked down the stairs and nobody hear me. I went out the door, closed the door, and nobody hear me. I got in the car outside to remember when we called and I called my Umi. And you know, she got right on cue, didn't she?
Tua.
I don't know if you remember that because we got cold words and she understands. So you got to watch the
Mhm.
words with me. I ain't gonna say too much. Okay,
Mhm.
we got things that we understand about you, and don't
Tua.
think that you know the word just because you saw the word. Just know the formula.
Mhm.
Okay, well she didn't hesitate. So as she getting up, she getting up out of her rest. So she immediately get on cue and we talking. I done created because I'm a visionary. You have to understand what I'm explaining to you. If I'm a visionary, what's Malachi? A super
Mhm.
visionary.
Mhm.
You see, he was explaining that. So if I can create an environment that seems as though this is really happening, and I'm talking as if I'm in an interrogation room, and I ain't in
Tua.
nothing but the car outside, and I had to take into account that it'll be much more difficult and challenging for me to try to do all these different voices. I don't have no actors out there with me in the car.
Tua.
So what I needed to do, I needed to isolate myself from having to do those voices. So I needed to talk to people on the other side of the glass. I needed to talk shit. What you putting up 5 for, huh? What that mean? 5 minutes?
Mhm.
I don't give a damn. Man, these people got me fucked up in here. Da, 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 da. See, they not in the room with me. You
Tua.
see, and now I'm describing the car that came. You know, some beige car. So, you know, da 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 da. Woo, woo, they said this, they did da da da. I mean, we came right to the. I had to make all of it make sense because remember the brothers got on board immediately. So I had to make it seem as though they took me straight from the door to the car and dipped.
Tua.
Because when the brothers got around, they didn't see nobody.
Mhm.
I can't be saying, yeah, we was standing out there talking because brother like, nigga, we ain't see nobody standing out there. So my point is, when you have that ability to put all that into motion, to build that reality, like Malachi would have the ability to do, just so that the testing grounds will be that vast. And then time is the only determining factor of whether or not you're this or that in your actions. You see, whether you're here or there. We all go out on the porch. You with me?
Tua. I'm here.
I know it's a little late. We about to go ahead and close it out. We went out there on the porch and y'all were able to bear witness, okay,
Tua.
to the bees flying ahead in the
Mhm.
skies, in the stars. They're attracted to emerald light. Remember, he was saying, don't be trying to go to these meeting points or Rock Eagle Mound. He said, because you might get zapped by the ones
Tua.
called Anunnaki, right? What is he saying? Because first of all, you present yourself as an enemy in the amber light.
Mhm.
That's why they don't like going around amber light environments, places, realms. Why the UFOs don't ever do this? Why don't ever show up? Your realm is so noisy. That's why they want to pull people to. They tell people to go to the mountains to meet with them because they know there's not a lot of
Mhm.
people out there. You see? You don't like those type of environments. So for all of y'all who waking up and becoming more like who you are in your essence or who you really want to be, this is that time. You only get so many calls. You don't want to be late. Stop making excuses. Do what you need to do. And watch the rest of the world, because their lack of decision making, which if they had been making certain decisions, they would be right here listening. If they wouldn't have ignored certain calls, it would have let them right here. So even if
Mm.
you think you got here by accident, no, you didn't get here by accident. You didn't click this live by accident. You didn't stay up this late by accident. You're not riding in your car listening to this by accident. You're not at work with the headphones on by accident. You're not sitting at home in the dark listening by accident. All of this is for good reason, and your decision making brought you here. So just like I told you, there's going to come a time where I won't be able to speak to you in terms of XYZ. You have to be hearing beyond the X. You have to be able to see beyond the X. You have to be an X-ray. And then eventually you're going to have to beat the game.
Tua.
So we're in ultraviolet right now. UV, look at UV. Who will you be?
Mm.
UV. You see? They say what? Well, we'll leave it with this. The green light was cure. The blue light was what? Pure. The violet light was
Sure.
sure. And now you're in Nur, which means what? Light.
North light.
Yeah. So
That's
you had
out
to
of here.
be, exactly. You had to be cured. You had to be pure. You had to be sure. And now you have to be Nur, UV
Yeah.
light. UV light.
You be light.
Exactly. Light on the electromagnetic spectrum is way further than what people would think on a normal basis. There
Mm-hmm.
are different types of light that don't always exist as visible Roy G. Biv, meaning types of information that the masses don't have. Now you have it. You have to be it now. You said you be
Mm-hmm.
sure. Okay, are you sure? I say, yo, you want to get on this ride? And you say, yeah. I say, are you sure? Yeah. That don't mean that you're on the ride because you're sure. You have to now get on that ride.
Tua.
You said you were sure. I can't make these decisions. You already went past the crossroad. You want to get to the mountaintop? Yeah. Are you sure? Yeah. Okay, now you got to be on it. You be
Tua.
light now. You see, that's Rehab. Rehab, Rahub, the love of light. Hubby, Ra, Re, the love of the sun. For God so loved the world. Listen, he gave his only begotten son. So now, purification, all of that is a decision of yours. You won't have any excuses.
Tua.
So like I told those who made the decision, be ready, because we're still on the move. Ain't no stopping us now. We on the move.
Mm-hmm.
All right. If you're ready, be ready. Okay, because it's that time. And like I told them, I'll unsee y'all soon.
Well, wow.
This I should talk at for reading.
How
And
this I should.
wow, wow, I do. Peace in the
Wadu.
Lamb is truly wonderful.
Tua.